like this. We're sitting in front. So please, Celia, Jessica, Matt, Dexnell. Now we have 1 hour. We invite you to read up on the bios of our guest speakers and the website for the conference. We will provide a link for those who don't have it, so that we can actually dedicate the hour to having a discussion about slavery and data. Everyone you see here on the stage is someone doing work in the trenches related to this conjunction, a conjunction that's becoming super important, not only in the Caribbean, but around the Atlantic world and perhaps in the planet, because right now there is a scramble for ownership of this data. This panel that you're going to hear from today is a representation of a larger conversation we are having around a series of conferences called Who Owns Black Data? So ask us about that series. Today, you're going to get a little bit of a taste of what that conversation sounds like when we expand it to the level of whole conferences. Now, the order we're going to go in is, I think, let's go with Dexnell, Celia, Matt, and we're going to finish with Jessica. Does that sound about right? Keep it under 10 minutes so that we can have 20 minutes for conversation. All right. And we have the slides. Yeah, I know. It's almost like it's like 10 minutes is not enough for the. All right, and we have just this mic, so I'll pass it around. All right. So when the talks, we'll save the questions for the end. So when the talks are over, I'll grab the mic bag and I'll be passing it around for the audience. If you guys stay with an awkward silence for like 30 seconds or a minute, I will ask the first question. But hopefully you won't. This is an intimate conversation. We're a family. All right. Yeah, that's a good question. Do we want people to stand in front of there, or is the camera pointing at? Okay, so stay there. Yeah, more comfortable.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be part of this conversation. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm just going to talk. I mean, it's pretty clear that we're now kind of gripped by this kind of mass digital turn. I think that has significant kind of implications for slavery studies. I mean, there are now a kind of dizzying number of digitization efforts by traditional archives and other specialized projects. Mass digitization has opened access to resources like never before, and the benefits have been significant. We now have access to materials that have previously been restricted to institutional-based scholars or simply those with enough resources. In a much cited online discussion published by the Journal of American History, William Thomas noted that the goal of digital history might be to build environments that pull readers in less by force of linear argument than by the experience of total immersion and curiosity to build connections. So in other words, digital history makes the process of historical research and the creation of historical knowledge more engaging and interactive. But of course, despite all these advantages, this mass digitized turn has not meant egalitarian access across the globe, right? We have, beyond restrictions imposed by the commercialization of digitization projects, Gerben Zagsman notes, every choice to digitize something implies a choice not to digitize something else. Perhaps one of the most substantial criticisms historians have raised is the extent to which greater digitization has led to radically more decontextualized research. So the more sources we have at our disposal from increasingly sprawling digital archives, the less opportunity, as Lara Putnam notes, to turn the partiality of primary sources into insight rather than misinformation. So these issues echo a growing call within the field of digital humanities for more critical reflection. So ultimately, abundance is not always good, right? The question becomes the abundance of what? And there's been a lot of data generated that perhaps tell us more about the elites of plantation societies, right? Colonial administrators, planters, large-scale enslavers, plantation middle management, etc. as we know, the majority of primary sources during the period of slavery were largely produced or influenced by the perspectives of these groups of people. Yet we continue to hear repeatedly the challenge of unearthing the stories or the lives of enslaved persons. Our current data-rich environment should indeed mean that this challenge becomes less and less. And no doubt this is beginning to shift, especially by the work of some of the very folks I'm sharing this panel with. A greater focus on enslaved registers or runaway ads, for example, is one way that the growing number of data sets about slavery has zoned in more on unearthing enslaved voices. So I really want to use the rest of my time to reflect on another set of data sets, mainly digitized map collections, one of which I'm working on myself. There are several map databases that include maps covering periods and areas relevant to slavery studies. I want to reflect a little bit on how we could be drawing on these resources more to further unearth the lives of enslaved Africans, with special reference to those in the Caribbean. So if the Caribbean region was the first place in the Western Hemisphere to encounter the full force of European colonial development, introducing the plantation system, which rapidly transformed the region's demographic and physical landscape, it was maps that helped them make claims over land, maintain colonial order. Maps were created on a large scale during the period of slavery, covering a range of areas of the plantation world. They serve as spatial history, as graphic visualizations of people, places, things, and ideas in space. The mapping process as a form of knowledge creation allows maps to join other forms of primary source material. And now they're increasingly more readily available online as ever. But now there's a greater need to draw more out of these maps than their original intent, and especially to unearth more about enslaved Africans. Perhaps one of the key areas scholars highlight from these maps are their silences, which can speak volumes. The blank spaces on maps, even when shaded with a color associated with a particular empire, often reflected non-European or indigenous or African autonomous spaces. As Sutton and Anglin note in an article focused on almost 100 maps at the John Carter Brown Library, that many of the maps' special features that are related to ways in which indigenous people and the enslaved occupied and made use of the land have been implied rather than made explicit in the mapping. So scholars have sought to kind of draw out these implications. But in the rest of my remarks, I want to focus a bit more on some of the kind of plain to see areas on these maps, especially where enslaved spaces were specifically identified. So, I mean, I first want to highlight the work of Barry Higman and B.J. Hudson, who were former UWI Mona faculty from the Department of History and Geography. And in their book, Jamaican Place Names, they highlight several maps of Jamaica. They use several maps of Jamaica, to create data sets of Jamaican place names, amounting to 22,000 place names. And while Higman and Hudson's study revealed the dominance of British influence names, they also highlight the place names associated with people of African descent, including free towns, which their research reveals did not come about simply at emancipation, but had much longer origins during the period of slavery. A lot of place names were likely European influence, such as the presence of kind of racially named towns affiliated with people of African descent. But therefore, more than likely, they had different names, right, among the inhabitants. However, one significant area where African-derived names emerged on these maps were maroon villages. So, Akampong or Cujo's Town in Jamaica, for example. On an even smaller scale of estate maps or plans, we perhaps get more depictions of enslaved spaces. Barry Higman, in his Jamaica Surveyed, has highlighted enslaved spaces depicting estate plans, which might include estate dwellings or gardens or provision grounds. In one 18th century plan from Saint-Domingue, Bertie Mandelblatt notes a large plot labeled as the Gardens of the Enslaved, which clearly corresponds to provision grounds in which enslaved plantation residents were able to grow crops of their own subsistence. The crops within these plots are graphically differentiated from each other. It distinguishes at least 4 or 5 different crops. one of which resembles a banana or plantain tree. Large plots of this cultivated land located furthest away from the plantation residential complex. Enslaved dwellings are grouped together off-center and away from the kind of symmetrical arrangement of the planter's house and the two-sided kind of storehouses. So, I mean, in these kind of two brief examples of place names and estate maps, we see the kind of possibilities for kind of mass engagement with the increasingly available maps of the early modern Caribbean or maps covering the period of slavery. Scholars have long studied enslaved provision grounds or even place names, but to be able to point to enslaved spaces through a number of large digitized map collections opens up a kind of another source of learning about enslaved lives on a large scale, especially for the wider public. In this so-called mass digital turn, with an abundance of data emerging, we have to keep shifting the focus away from the deliberate intent of these often European-produced maps, with a focus on sustaining the plantation regime and silencing the enslaved. Yet snippets of enslaved voices and maps help us to push back against this. And when we increasingly draw out these voices with more expansive analysis of early Caribbean maps, more extensive availability of these Caribbean maps, we might be able to lessen the challenge of getting at the lives of enslaved persons. Thank you.
Here. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. No, I'm gonna stand. I'm okay. You might still need to do some things though, so you know, don't go too far. That's fine. Mhm. It's fine. Take your time. You have a long title, so you can take a lot of time. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So good morning, everybody. I hope before you arrived here, you had a mostly restful sleep and that we're ready for the day ahead. It is indeed a distinct honor to be here at UWI Mona. Mona holds a very special place in my heart. Sorry, I didn't graduate from UWI Mona, but still not too far from here. Family, friends, Harry and Flo Armstrong and their children. And now Karen lives in the Mona house. And so I have, when I come to Mona, I always think about them and their love. So glad to be here, though, on this campus. Thanks as well. Just want to echo the thanks to all of the organizers, the team that are included on the website, the Caribbean Digital website, and to those who brought the water for us, to those who arrived before us to prepare this room for us, to those who will come long after we have departed to clean up after us. So thanks to the entire team that makes this possible for us to be here. So really, the title of this should be, You Can Teach Old People New Tricks. Because I'm thinking everybody's going to have a PowerPoint. No, here I am. I'm like here. Okay, so I have a PowerPoint. I will be referring to it. And then hopefully we'll go at the very end of my comments to the actual website. So, you know, my daughter always says, nobody wants to hear the backstory. Well, you're going to hear some of the backstory today, right? And I think partly for what you said too, you know, in terms of contextualization, right? So there's some points of this that I want to make sure to preface before we even get to the website, okay? All right. So first and foremost, all right, why is it not, let's see. Do I need to, shouldn't it just go automatically? Yeah. So what it did for you, but anyway, specialness. Okay, so first just to thank so many people who were instrumental, and I won't go through all the names, but I like to have them on here. And Professor Kaima Glover is here, and she is on this list of gratitude and appreciation, as well as Alex Hill, who's our moderator today. Both were instrumental in many different ways, probably in ways that they don't even realize. But I think it's important to start with some gratitude and appreciation, and to realize it does take a village. All right. So the overall Rose Hall project, and it is both the book as well as this website, started over a decade ago in the summer of 2013, when myself and my daughter IMB visited Rose Hall Great House. And certainly growing up in Kingston, I had heard about the White Witch of Rose Hall. I don't believe I ever heard Annie Palmer's name specifically, but certainly the White Witch was mentioned. And I was also somebody who was very interested in Duppy stories. So the whole thing about her really interested me, even as a young child, though I didn't know the specifics of the story itself. So IMB and I, my daughter, and I went on this tour. It was an evening tour the first time, though I've been on it probably about 20 times now. And as we moved from one room to the next, I became increasingly incensed by how the tour focused almost entirely on Annie Palmer and the stories of her being a white witch. As I walked away from the first tour of that house, the most pressing feeling that lingered for me was the disturbing absence of any essential information about enslaved persons or about slavery itself. Gaps and silences surrounding the stories of enslaved persons in these tours are in fact a contemporary form of perpetual violence, reified and reinscribed at this site of slavery. The choreography of these myths and silences in the tours materialized from Herbert G. DeLissa's 1929 novel, The White Witch of Rose Hall. Due to limited factual information about Annie Palmer, DeLissa utilized the fertile ground of these historical gaps to concoct the legend about this white witch. As a result, the only, and I repeat, the only historical facts included in DeLissa's novel and in the tours are that a woman named Annie Palmer lived at Rose Hall between 1820 and 1830. That's it. Everything else is fabricated. And that includes information about Annie Palmer and her parents visiting Haiti, connections there, the information about Annie Palmer being raised by a, quote, voodoo priestess, end quote. Annie Palmer having 3 husbands and murdering all 3 of them. And also her being killed, Annie Palmer, by an enslaved person named Taku. All of that is fictional. So, purpose. Before I begin anything, and when I'm even into something, I believe it's important to set a purpose for something. And whether it's a relationship, any project, whatever, right? You know, what's the purpose of it? What's it for? Why are we doing this, right? Because we have to be doing it for a reason or reasons. The purpose of this project was centered on researching the enslaved persons at Rose Hall. What were their names? Who were they? And what could I glean from the archives about their lives? How could I lift and uplift them out of the old weathered pages of the archival records that I found, not only in Spanish Town at the Jamaica Archives, but also at the National Archives in Kew in England? This project engages in the critical process of what Christina Sharp refers to as, quote, wake work, end quote. It is to begin to name those enslaved who have been unremembered and unmemorialized. It is to begin to reconstruct stories buried and deemed unworthy of telling and retelling. It is to begin to imagine, to reimagine and to imagine the struggles, suffering, and sanctity of people enslaved, though not entirely dehumanized. It is to begin to question the afterlives of slavery at Rose Hall in the 1929 novel, as well as in the tours at the house today. And it is to begin to ask what and who survive at Rose Hall in the mythical ghost haunting of a white witch, the pretense of memorialization, and the facade of slavery. This work centers on revealing the names and selected experiences of 208 enslaved persons who lived, labored, and when possible, loved at Rose Hall. I was frequently guided by my desire to portray enslaved persons individually and collectively at Rose Hall in ways that conveyed family bonds as well as kindred bonds beyond blood. I also wanted to contextualize the limited shreds of information provided in sources like the Rose Hall Journal at Spanish Town, with possible questions and scenarios that would deepen readers' understanding and views of enslaved people beyond simply their names on a list of a slave registry or in the plantation journal itself. The first part of the title of the book and website invokes Michel Rolfe Trio's Silencing the Past, Power and Production of History. And I emphasize the process of what I refer to as unsilencing slavery. To be very clear, slavery was not a quiet, secretive, or silent institution. Rather, it was resounding, indeed deafening, in its private and public, covert and overt demonstrations of pain, power, terror, torture, and trauma. In the notices of slave auctions and sales, in the regular, persistent, and often relentless ads for runaway slaves, in the accounting and calculations of births and deaths of enslaved women, men, and children, in the refusal to grant the most fundamental human rights and civic privileges to enslaved persons, in the practice of brandings, whippings, maimings, rapes, murders, and executions, as well as other forms of emotional, psychological, physical, and spiritual violations and violences. The archives have often functioned and been deployed as a kind of historical cover for the depth and breadth of these violations. Regardless of the systemic processes utilized to control and confine enslaved persons and to silence any actions not in the service of the slaveocracy, enslaved persons permeated and pierced through the archival records of Rose Hall. And this is my offering. So I'm going to now switch to the, should be able to do this, to the website itself. Okay, let me get rid of this. I think, okay, it's like showing me the other stuff. If you can just, I brought it up, should be. It's one of the tabs, but you can't see it.
I have to move the.
Thank you. Perfect. All right. Okay. So this is the website, and in, oh,
There again. And now we do this.
see, I knew you would have to be here for me. Okay. All right. I will be quick. So there's a lot of information, and partly this is just to introduce it so that you know where to find it. So after, hopefully you will visit it. So it's at unsilencing-slavery.org. At the very beginning, before we even get into the website, I was thinking very much about a libation, if you will, right? And certainly there's no Appleton rum or anything in the website. So this was the way to do this, right? To set again the purpose of this. And that you would have to click out of that. And again, as a way to focus on the enslaved people, the enslaved Africans, as well as their descendants. This we often refer to as the flower of Rose Hall. And I wanted to make sure, even as you landed on the website, that you would be able to see some representation of the 208 enslaved persons. And so each of these, we call them petals of Rose Hall, right, represent those enslaved persons. The shorter the line is an indication of the length of their lifetime. This is between 1817 and 1832 from the records we have. And I'm just going to quickly just show two things. One is that you can search by age, nativity. So in the records, they were identified as either African or Creole, African meaning born, African born, Creole meaning born outside of the African continent, right? But not necessarily born in Jamaica. Color, so Negro, mulatto, quadroon, and Sambo were the most frequent ones in the web for the archives here. Gender, male, female, and a couple unknown. Matrilineages, because some of the enslaved persons, some of the enslaved women had multiple generations at Rose Hall. So Celia, who is a Creole, is a great-grandmother and lives to 1832 to see her, many of her great-grandchildren, and she was not exceptional in that regard. And Cecilia, who was an African-born woman, was somebody who also became a grandmother while at Rose Hall, but could have had other children as well. I'm going to just quickly just open, let me just do this, see if I can. I just want to go down here a little bit just to show you. So it was very important. I'm going to click on Celia, actually, just to give you sense. So it wasn't just names, but for each of these, I created mini bios of these individuals, and no biography is the same. And so this is one for Celia, which includes some basic information about her. It also includes what she did, what she's associated with doing on the plantation. It also mentions her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, and some other general information. So I just wanted to open up at least one of those. But please, thank you for your patience, and thanks for hopefully in the future looking through the website. Thank you.
You did good. Brilliant. Thank you, everybody, for keeping to the 10 minutes. Absolutely. The ball goes to you, Matt. I'll get you.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. And good morning, everyone. Just to say my gratitude to the Tcdxi and everyone who's organized.
This one?
Yeah, the second one. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to present at this conference, and also it gives me an opportunity to come back to University of the West Indies and speak here on this campus. Rachel, good to see you. For the first time in 5 years. So I'm very grateful for that opportunity. And also to be able to be on this plenary session with people whose work I admire and teach, and my students also appreciate it very much, and to be in conversation with you. There we go. So I want to offer some brief thoughts, keeping definitely to the 10 minutes on this subject of the plenary, slavery and data, that will draw on, in the main, on my experiences in matters related to digital humanities work, and specifically on the history of slavery in Jamaica. I have modified my title of the plenary for my intervention this morning to Caribbean Slavery and Global Data, Memorializations and Manipulations in Digital Storytelling. And I'm going to orient my brief comments around 3 points. Alex? Technology and the learning of Caribbean slavery, responsibilities in how we share data on slavery, and finally, I'll say something about freeing digital or freedom seeking in digital histories of slavery. Now, you will immediately notice from the slides that you see on behind me, the low-tech aesthetic I've adopted for my presentation today. This is intentional. I cannot let this plenary session pass without me sharing a little bit about my relationship with this room that we're in, N1, the Neville Hall Lecture Theatre. I first met this room 32 years ago when I joined the undergraduate class here in the history department at the university. I came in the room, was completely overwhelmed by this room. I sought out the furthest spot from the stage, way up there in the top left, and it was where I sat for almost every lecture in my first year and my second year, as far away from this stage as I could possibly get. And it was here in this room that I first learned about Caribbean slavery in a different way. It was much of the foundations that I still carry about the history of Caribbean slavery, and which I still teach, arrived to me in this room. It would take me many, many years and a lot of work to get over the shyness that I had that forced me in that corner, to work my way to the front of the room and to look at it from the perspective I'm sure I'm seeing you from this morning as a lecturer. And then, as much as when I first started teaching here in 2002 as a lecturer, as well as when I was a student, the technology that brought all of this to me was fairly low tech. It started with being nothing more than a stick of chalk on a blackboard. Yes, there was a blackboard behind us once upon a time. And then it eventually evolved into a overhead projector here with a blazing hot lamp on which we would put transparencies, which are essentially photocopies of our notes. And this is meant to invoke some of that aesthetic today. But I mention this because in many ways, one of the key elements, and it's my first point, that is at the heart of the work we do, whether it's with the digital humanities work and digital technology, the database digitization work and so on, or just in our written work, our scholarship, and in our teaching, is to make people learn this history and to think differently about this history, to hear voices that they haven't heard, and to put it within a much wider context. And that, for me, arrived with this low technology. But that's not how I teach it. And on Monday this week, I started the week teaching the history of Caribbean slavery to a graduate class that I teach on the public histories of slavery at University College London, where I work. And I couldn't use the low tech there. What I had to resort to, and how I communicate that history to my students in Britain, was with very much about using digital database technology, showing them some of the findings of current projects we have on at the moment at the Center for the Study of the Legacies of British Slavery, summaries of the historiography on slavery, clicking into websites, images, and so on. And there's a lot there in that difference between how I learned the history that I now teach and how my students are learning it. And a lot of it has to do with this larger purpose of making people understand the history differently, but also thinking of how we can apply the technology to doing that. It is my point in bringing out these contrasts to show you that technology plays a significant role in learning and knowledge of slavery. But still, that process has inbuilt dangers. We cannot assume the learner is getting the same thing we intend them to see. We cannot also assume that whatever publics we interact with, those who read our articles and books, or those who go on our websites and click the databases, take what we intend them to take from it. The spaces that were once filled by words and transparencies for me cannot do for my students or public learners and the history that they learn the same thing. I cannot also expect their responses, and their responses as well as many publics I speak to in the UK, from museum staff behind closed doors when I do some consultancy work with them, to small reading groups in Malvern or other places far away, Oxford, Cambridge. I can't expect they're all taking it the same way, even though they might be the same type of public. So the way we teach and treat with the past of Caribbean slavery must bear all these differences, but it equally has to attend to the different claims on that history. Whose history are we really teaching? And whose stories are we telling when we tell the story of slavery? Whose lives are collected in the data? And who has the right to collect and tell the histories of those lives? These are questions not considered 3 decades ago for me, because it was part of my history, part of Jamaican history, part of Caribbean history, the story of this island, the story of this place, and the story of this place's place in the world. But technology, data, and history writing has made the history much more widely known and forced us to consider these questions now as priorities. They are just as important as we think through what sources we use to write and work on our scholarly products. And yet we still make claims of ownership on that history. The distinction between terminologies is important here. I learned in this room Atlantic world history. Slavery in Jamaica was part of slavery and the history of the Atlantic. But what I teach to my students, as I did on Monday, is called British slavery, as if they're not all the same thing. It is powerful indication of the sorts of distinctions that bear on responsibilities that are incurred in our work as humanists. And it is all the more critical to bear it in mind in digital spaces of public histories of slavery, such as those we are discussing today. At the CSLBS, our database, the Center for the Study of the Legacies of British Slavery, now has over 60,000 names of enslavers. It has taken a tremendous amount of historical data and given that data to over 3 million users so far by the latest stats that we have. But we are still learning of new ways in which the public interacts with that data. We're still getting new information from the public, who, when they interact with us, they share with us a different understanding of what we have on the website, from genealogists and scholars to artists. And in fact, public response has taken the research into incredibly fascinating new directions that my predecessors who founded the project might not have foreseen 12 years ago when it first went live. Just last week, I visited a marvelous exhibition called Conversations at the Walker Art Gallery in Liverpool that gave yet another example of how this data has inspired a discussion on slavery. Karen McLean, a Trinidadian British artist, had a notable display in the gallery exhibition of William Bradley's massive 1843 portrait of John Gladstone, and it appears in the foyer as you walk in. The accompanying text is 3 paragraphs that purposefully buries his political connections in a passing remark near the end of the 3rd paragraph. Instead, it opens with these words: Gladstone was the owner of many enslaved people in plantations in Jamaica and Demerara. And then it proceeds to talk about the numbers of people he had owned. It talks about the places they were, and it talks about the family connections of that ownership for him. It is a powerful subversion of the museum practice in how white men have historically been framed. This example of writing of history, RIGHT, reminds us of the importance of the work done with the data on slavery. for it is likely that McLean drew on the information we have on Gladstone on our website as part of our database, which of course has been added to since 2013. It reminds us of that data on slavery. It reminds us that data on slavery can ultimately serve that greater purpose than scholarship intended. But it also raises a further problem. It confronts the disturbing past of John Gladstone in a manner that keeps the focus on him. Inasmuch as it unsettles the handed-down glorification of the Gladstones, the actual enslaved people of Jamaica and Demerara are unnamed and unmemorialized. And the impact of his crimes on their land and futures is uncommented. This is not McLean's fault, and I must add that the displays on the periphery of a sample of 133 heads made of African fabrics to memorialize the women, men, and children who lost their lives in the Zong massacre of 1781. But it does raise a big challenge, and it's a challenge that not only the artists like McLean or the museum curator or the librarian or the genealogist, but the historian and scholar has to face. Those of us who work with large data sets of slavery and enslaved people. We carry that similar challenge to ensure that their lives are best memorialized, as Celia has said and has done with unsilencing the slavery, in a way that's respectful to them. But at the same time, we have to confront the troubling stories of how those records were created and what that evidence means to different publics of descendants of enslaved and enslaver here and elsewhere. And here again, the current weight of scholarly focus on the lives of enslaved persons gives us direction and encouragement. It also sharpens the lens to look into unexpected places to build this data. One thing that we have learned better now than ever before is that there's no one data set that we can plumb for infinite possibilities of understanding the lives of past Black people. There are morsels of a bygone time inhabited by bygone people that we harness the technology to connect. The same way the words that I heard as a student here were connected by the low-tech technology and left an impression on my mind. To this point, I offer two examples. In a research paper I co-wrote with Matt Stallard, my close colleague and research associate at the center, which was published last year, we demonstrated how the registers of enslaved peoples, constructed as a surveillance and control instrument, might be subverted to reveal information unintended by design. The most tangible use of this might be said to be the opening up of Black family histories. And here is one that we've been working on for a family in Port Royal. And you can see here that we're able to connect lines in that family from Africa, and we've so far reached the early 20th century with some of those lines, and we're still doing work on that with different data sets. But these are fascinating, but they're also limited and problematic, because they say little about non-biological networks, social kin, the milieu, the community, etc. They also esteem a type of family structure that does not always obtain in Caribbean context. All those cousins who aren't really cousins, grandmothers who are both father and mother, yes, all those stories of your father ain't your father, but your father don't know. None of that is revealed in the structure that you see on the board. But still, what is revealed gives us a lot. And we can take from it new threads to be woven and pursued and followed into the life stories of communities. Stories of those who negotiated, moved, left, returned, and then disappeared again. And we can learn a tremendous amount on freedom and place and the messiness of lives that cannot be treated as uniformed. We keep learning, and that's one of the exciting parts of doing this kind of digital work. We're always learning, and we're always learning in community and in a team. One of the families we traced in that paper were the Pit Blades of Port Royal. And one of our research volunteers at the center, Kelly Haggart, has very recently taken the information we presented as a start and gone on a remarkable troll through available online data and the parish registers of Port Royal to complicate this picture. And she corrected some of our conclusions and, very importantly, plotted the wider social milieu of the Pit Blades, giving us a great deal of new insight into one family of enslavers. And what you see is how we're able to take one genealogical map of the Pit Blades, but also the story of Sarah McKnight, one of the persons they own, and follow her family line separately. There's much more that can be done, but it takes patience, time, and many eyes and hands. A lot of labor and thought that can only be done collectively. This is not solo work, and we have to work as a team. And this brings me to my final thought on freedom seeking through digital histories of slavery. It is my conviction that, particularly with the work we're currently doing at the center, which is looking at enslaved lives in Jamaica, that this can best be done, in fact, probably only truly completely done with the support of Jamaicans and people in Jamaica and here at the University of the West Indies. Most of us on this plenary panel work at institutions in the global north with varying access to resources and power. Our projects and intellectual work, while fighting in a hostile climate that undervalues the histories we tell, are nevertheless able to operate and create in them with funding and support. This is an enormous privilege not enjoyed in the same way in the Caribbean. But there is a power that Caribbean searchers of the past always have that is in far lower supply overseas. It is a unique knowledge of their history that has come to them not from big data sets or even flimsy transparencies on overhead projectors that fired my devotion to studying our history 32 years ago. It is from knowledge that is handed down and valued. Go to communities, see how people tell you stories of storms that existed in their grandparents' time, and you see what I mean. This knowledge is kept in a certain way that makes sense of the meaning of the hard histories and legacies of slavery and its afterlives in this island. The future of our work very much depends on us working together and realizing that in this era of databases, digital humanities, and innovatory digital methodologies, the best history is always going to be a team sport. Thank you.
You know which one? The light. Yeah. Come. Yeah, play it. Just play it. Yeah, it's got no sound. Good morning, everyone. I will go for 6 minutes and 36 seconds to respect. So it's great to be here. This is my first time in Jamaica. Hey. For not last, my people come to this new world by way of, I was born in Chicago by way of Alabama and Puerto Rico. So part of a broader diaspora, very exciting. So it's really beautiful to be here and in solidarity and in various kinds of connections. Everybody hear me okay? I'm also director, you can just hit play, yeah? Yeah, just let it play, yeah. See, 6 minutes and 36 seconds. I'm also director of Life Code Digital Humanities Against Enclosure, which is a collective, an ecosystem of labs, projects, and members that is global at this point. And I kind of want to start a conversation around slavery and data there. So Life Code emerged out of my own interests initially, projects I'd been doing sort of online, African Diaspora PhD, the Latinegros Project, and networks of folks who were, on social media, on other kinds of digital media, blogging, on Blogger when Blogger existed, and sort of in the, crevices of conversations around big data and democratization of data. We weren't having those conversations per se. We were using media to kind of think about how can we have conversations and think about and theorize radical possibilities, and also folks who are doing the work, who are working with undocumented folks, who are working with sex workers, HIV/AIDS activists, who are working across borders, all kinds of different things. And so in 2020, the quarantine, so over that time period, become a professor, et cetera, the quarantine happened. So I think Tcdxi went into lockdown in March. And one of the things that we realized pretty immediately myself and now Dr. Christina Thomas, is that there's an opportunity here for folks who cannot be in places like Minnesota fighting for George Floyd, and for folks who are really struggling to already feeling isolated and enclosed in their institutions, and folks who had some idea that maybe the digital might be useful as a space either of coming together in community or of doing their research. There's an opportunity here to just take some space and create a community. And so that's what we did. So Dr. Christina Thomas' first work was really around workshops around Black survival in the Ivory Tower, right? Just bringing together the folks who were around campus at JHU, but also elsewhere, because we're using Zoom to bring, to make some community. Over time, that began to attract other folks. So a project that we'd started called Electric Marronage, which was bringing together folks who were doing Black, Brown, queer, femme, media, writing, thinking, interviews, talking to artists, curating digital exhibits, that kind of thing. It's electricmarronage.com still. That, began to blossom into a community that's part of this. Conversations that we were having with the Black Press Research Collective, which was founded by Dr. Kim Gallen, began to kind of knit together with conversations that Dr. Sasha White was having around risk and racism and health insurance maps. And so this is to say, and you guys can see some of the ways this is coming together in the slideshow. When you build a thing, when you begin to kind of take seriously that community and people are the heart of the work, the people do come. We come and find each other. We gather, right? I have a colleague who's working on an amazing work around how Black folks gather. And I think that that's a really important starting point for thinking about anything around that data. Now, this is all happening at the same time. There's conversation about big data happening. It's happening at the same time. There's a conversation about COVID and comorbidities. It's happening at the same time of a whole host of different things that we're essentially in the wake of now, right? And suffering from now. Questions around AI, whether it's like, now we're talking about AI and data farms and ecologies and whatever else. All of that is happening and not really talking about who are the people. I believe, this is my argument, I believe they're not really talking about who are the people. They're not talking about what people need. And they're forgetting that the thing that we actually all need is each other, and the extent to which that we're not talking to each other and we're not creating coalition or collaborations with each other is because of empire, right? And so in that context, for me, thinking about slavery and data, and I think we've seen examples of this across the panel, is always about thinking about who are the people. Who are the people, if it's a project your project is accountable to? How is your project or the projects that you're creating or the lab or the ecosystem you're creating connections and accountability and support and mentoring and these days, political education for each other? And if it is doing that, then beginning to think about, okay, well, then how do we think about the context of metadata? How do we think about what field categories we're going to use? How do we think about what the rose should look like? Should it be a rose or should it be something else? You know what I mean? And that is a piece where you really have to root into. One of the projects that you see up here is Keywords for Black Louisiana. Keywords for Black Louisiana is a project digitizing 18th century records, French and Spanish documents. These are documents that have folks from all across the Caribbean, West Africa, West Central Africa, as well as across the present day United States. And one of the things that we built in immediately, and I'll take ownership that when I wrote the grant for it, when we first gathered around it, we didn't kind of have it as a staple of the structure. When I wrote the grant for, and when I wrote the grant for it, I didn't include it. But within a month, we realized we needed a community team of folks who are based in Louisiana. This goes to your point, Matt, of like the projects and our work. Our research has to be led by people who are of the work and whose people are part of that work and who are on the ground. And we needed to be a team that was going to be, on the ground and also, felt like they were a part of and contributing to every step of the process. Oop, I got to last minute. So one of the things, one of our data sets, our data set we work with, we call it the bias set. Every metadata category in there is built with the idea that it's centering Black life and Black folks of Louisiana. Every step that we take around the categories and how to define them is done within community and around community. And so those are the kinds of measures that you begin to take and begin to think through if you're stepping from the community angle. The last thing I'll say is that one of the things that I think is really important right now is that I think we're moving to a place, and this is where Who Owns Black Data is beginning to step in, where we really need to take seriously who owns the materials, but also who is capitalizing on our affect and our need and our desire for connection, right? So we have been saying in Caribbean digital, in Black digital, in Black digitality, in Black digital practice, all those things, all those different categories of the Black digital that were up there for a long time, that you have to lead with people. Not that Capital is listening to us, Ancestry or whoever, or Google, they're not listening to us, but they're also not stupid. And they see it too. They see that we need each other. They see that capitalism has created a need of each other by separating us from each other, gentrification, hurricanes, disaster, empire. At least in the US context, we live further from each other. We live in communities where, we were talking yesterday, grandma is living by herself. Why? You know, like there are things that have literally through capital and empire separated us from each other. That has happened generationally, and now a need has been created for each of us and each other, so that when we're looking on Ancestry to access the good records, you pay for it. When we're looking on Google to try and find other people, you're paying for access. Why are we paying for access to try and find our own genealogies? Why are we paying for access to understand the tools? Our institutions have to use big data platforms in order for us to have course materials and talk to each other. Why are we doing that? And it's just to say that we need to be thinking more deeply, not just about how we're creating our projects, but also how do we now begin to challenge these larger magnates that are capitalizing on our desire for each other to create conditions where we can offer you a document that helps you find your family if you pay $300 a year or $30 a month. Okay, and we need to think about why that condition has been created and what are the things we need to do to try and stop that snowball from going down the hill, which is also headed towards AI, and think about, okay, what does it really mean when we're trying to build projects and build communities of data and analog and just living this and living life with each other. And that's, I think, where we really need to be at when we're thinking about slavery and data. A search for slavery within our Black communities is actually a search for kinfolk. It always has been. So what are the ways we get back to that and say that explicitly and take that seriously?
Word.
All right, we have some, how much we have? I don't have my phone. It's in the shuttle. It's already noon. Let's do a couple of questions. Yeah, a couple of questions. Yeah, all right. Just introduce yourself so everybody knows you. Don't know you already.
Cool. Hello, panelists. Thank you for this talk. I think it's really important to begin with a conversation about slavery and data. Professor Celia Naylor, in my DH class, we looked at the Unsilencing Slavery Archive. We found it to be so beautiful. So thank you for putting that together. Just aesthetically, it's really beautiful. My question is really for any panelist. I feel like collectively, you all described uses of data and uses of Black data today, and really thoughtful approaches of uses of data and uses of Black data today. I was hoping that maybe the panelists could contrast that with how slavery and historically the uses of data were to promote empire and slavery. So I know that, for example, Lauren Klein talks about how the line graph and the bar chart actually came out of the transatlantic slave trade as a way of sort of representing the economy of that industry. So how do you contrast uses of data today, how thoughtfully you're doing with it, and maybe how you hold the history of the uses of data in terms of this really dark use and dark emergence of this practice of data science out of slavery?
That's an excellent question. We have answers.
We have answers. We have answers. Sure. First, thanks so much for your willingness to even use the project. So I appreciate that. And just like there was a group of collaborators for the project too, part of the reason it is so beautiful, and I agree with you, I'm biased, but I agree because of so many people who helped to make it beautiful. So thank you for that. I think it is important to always realize where we're getting the data. And I think, certainly colleagues here today have pointed that out. And to be as thoughtful as possible about the structures, the systemic structures of interlocking modes of oppression, right, then and now. And for me, in terms of the project, it was important to utilize the archives and not to reinforce or represent the exploitation and the marginalization of enslaved persons within the archives themselves. And in fact, we know more about these enslaved persons at Rose Hall than we know about Annie Palmer. And so oftentimes we go in thinking, well, there's limited information. We don't have the resources. We're using these sources that were crafted and created by white men and some white women. And I think it's important for us to be as capacious as possible about what we're looking for and the ways that we tease out that information, but also the utilization of imagination and creativity, right? So I would just say that.
Thank you for your question. So I love Lauren's work. I think it's really smart. I also think of Jennifer Morgan's book, Reckoning with Slavery, which basically the TLDR is that the fields of demography, of population, of census studies literally emerge out of slavery, right? Like it's the argument. And then there's also Caitlin Rosenthal's Accounting for Slavery, which I always loved the realization that if you have printed material around slave registers, that's a whole industry that's created in order to support bondage, right? So, I think there's so many different ways that thinking about data, thinking about controlling massive amounts of information, which is what these genres do, are very directly linked to the massive numbers of bodies that are coming across the Atlantic for, particularly the 17th, 18th centuries, but we know from earlier on, if we chart from like 1441, right? The first ship that goes from Senegambia to Lisbon and lands in Lisbon, 235 enslaved people. So I think there's that side of like how we get to how we account for massive amounts of information, which we call data now, but we sort of obfuscate the method and overdetermine the artifact, the item as the method, right? And so we can disaggregate those and think about that. And I think if we disaggregate that, we think about different kind of methods we might employ to our radical purposes. Because I also think about on the other side of that, if we go earlier than the 18th century, you also have the ways that the Spanish Caribbean in particular, and I'm always thinking of Puerto Rico, that the mobilization of data is actually a really important piece of Black radical politics in Puerto Rico, in Cuba, in the DR, and like in Black Latin America broadly. The disappearance of statistics of people of African descent, of race, of identifying where featureism becomes important, colorism becomes important, phenotype, street race, all these different things, that there actually needs to be a mobilization of data. And what we're going to see now, at least for those of us in a U.S. continental context, which will filter over into Puerto Rico también, is a continued obfuscation of that, right? We're already seeing it with the affirmative action decision, that now we can't take rates and numbers and data around who is admitted. We're going to see it more and more as that trickles down into Department of Education statistics. If Project 2025 doesn't get rid of the Department of Ed, so the trick of fascism, the trick of empire is to tell you don't see what you see, right? It's to tell you that, oh, you're not seeing what is actually here. And if we think of data as the lowest common denominator, yes, it's machine readable. I know, Alex, don't yell at me. But if we think of data as the lowest common denominator of information, the trick for us is to see that as a mechanism to see plainly what empire does not want us to see and what is going to obfuscate. And maybe that means mobilizing data and information and surveys and gatherings so that we know that there are Black Puerto Ricans who are phenotypically Black on the island generationally. And maybe it means thinking about how those numbers also have then, helped us think about how we've lost family names, or we've lost people, or we've lost other kinds of connections. But it helps, for me, it helps to disaggregate those.
Yes, I'm just going to add two points so we have time for another question, and it's a good pose for us. The point that I want to make is the sort of history of the methods of the development of a lot of these instruments of control through data is very involved. And I think a lot of it does come down to also thinking through how information is created. And one of the big sources we're using at our center now is the registers of enslaved persons, which were created to control. But one of the things that we're doing is taking the data in it and sort of refashioning it in a way that it becomes a census of the last generation of Africans who were brought to Jamaica, which was not what it was intended to be. But in that, and this brings me to my second point, and it's something that I thought of even more hearing Jessica's presentation, a lot of the methods and innovations that we see, even in the archive, feature, believe it or not, or because it's often invisible, contributions made by Black persons. One of the things we've done recently at the center is a project called Black Industrial Revolution, where we looked at actual ways in which innovations of the first industrial revolution were actually featuring methods that were developed by enslaved persons right here in Jamaica. But even in that, though, there's a lesson that we must think of when we come to how we produce digital humanities, even in community, because there's so many layers in the work that we do, many, many layers, as you've seen from the examples today. And oftentimes those layers have sort of embedded in them innovative and creative problem-solving techniques that become part of how you see the presentation of it. But it's also produced by people who are guided, as Jessica mentioned, by a particular determination as to what they're doing with the project. But once it's out there, who then controls not just the data, but the IP behind the creation of that data, the solving techniques for the problems? And that's a big issue. When we are finding ways of using mechanisms in the technology to recast those registers as census, and then we make it available to the public, we're doing it for a purpose. But how we do that is now up for grabs as well. And we can't control how that intellectual property is grabbed and developed.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be quick. I mean, I think two really important points. Very clearly, maps showed up empire and plantation slavery, and we need to continue kind of emphasizing that. But what I really want to highlight, and I think what is even more important work, is just as Jessica was talking about, highlighting what empire does not want us to see, or as Matt was talking about, these kind of unintended insights. So for example, I did not go up there and show you pictures of cartouches or images, depictions of enslaved persons as kind of depicted through the lens of Europeans, right? Whites, enslavers, etc. But I was kind of more concerned in the kind of unintended insights. Let's look at what we're learning about enslaved provision grounds. And I mean, I haven't done this work yet, but we might be able to make links between enslaved registers, and we might be able to find out exactly which names were associated with particular privilege, and begin to kind of get at these kind of unintended insights. So I think that's where we need to put greater emphasis, while also continuing to unearth the fact that, yeah, these sources are produced to kind of show up exploitation and so on. Yeah.
Okay, so one quick one. Yeah.
Okay, hello. I'm Joelle, based here in Jamaica, documentary filmmaker. Two questions for Dr. Naylor and Dr. Smith. So Dr. Naylor, it was wonderful to see how the details and example of the biographies. Could you tell us what are some hopes that you would have for how people could use those kind of biographies for other kinds of other kinds of work. And Dr. Smith, I was very interested to know if you have any reflections as somebody who learned Caribbean slave history through the traditional way, and now you're teaching it through digital methods. Do you have any reflections on how students internalize this kind of information differently?
It's so wonderful to see you here in person. Last time I saw you was back stateside, so good to see you here in Jamaica. So thanks for your question. One of the objectives that I had hoped for that I'm still holding on to in terms of using the website was for people who are descendants of these 208 enslaved persons to be able to have some information about their ancestors. So just a very tangible, immediate possibility is that. And I've already started working with some folks in Mobay in terms of making some of those connections. Just and really it's, you know, in terms of family trees and that sort of thing, though, Matt, in terms of what you said and what Vince Brown said once when he was showing these trees, I was like, but Vince, what about, yeah, the cousins and the people not really? And he said, we can't get to that. And that's part of the reason why that image is of everybody, because we don't know those connections, but they were there, right? So even if we don't have, you know, some document that speaks to that, we can still imagine that people functioned in different ways with networks. So the most immediate thing was for descendants living today to be able to connect to some very real, factual information in addition to the oral stories that they certainly tell about those people today. So I'll just say that, but there are other things, but that's the one that comes to mind right now. So thanks.
Thanks. I'll be very quick. Yes, I do have some insight because students do come and tell me what it means to them, and that varies a lot. I do have quite often students, some who come to me and apologize for not knowing this history before, and they feel a bit cheated that their history that they got from primary school to secondary school, some even all, because it's a graduate course, even to their undergraduate, they never learned this. And it's important because they see it as part of their history as British students, and it had often been separated. So I do get that. And I do get some who find it difficult as well to sort of engage with some of this history in terms of the violence and the stories there. So that's also very insightful.
Right. I wanted to apologize to the folks watching on Zoom and YouTube that because we're running out of time, we won't be able to take any questions. So please, I invite you all, virtual and present, to join us in thanking our panelists.
Okay, we have a 15-minute break, after which we will have our second panel. Feel free to go to N2 for water, coffee. 10 minutes. Kelly says 10 minutes. Make it fast. 12:20, we'll be back. I tried. Okay. Hello, everyone on Zoom. We are just getting started, getting ourselves together for the next panel. Our panelists here, Stephanie, I think I saw you. Hi, Stephanie. And Luam, are you here? Luam is not here. We shall be here soon. Okay. We'll get started shortly, Stephanie. Just 1 second. Good day. We are back. Okay. Stephanie, are you there? Awesome. See you now. And we are waiting for one more person. Go. You good? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to our, let me just share the screen here. We have a little delay in person, so we are just asking for your patience as we get everyone back in the room here. We have a slight logistic delay going on site, but we are getting ready for the next panel, and we will begin in just a couple minutes. We will be discussing genealogies, trajectories, futures, and institutional building. And our panelists include Dr. Julian Kresser, who is the head of the history department, history and archaeology department here at Mona. We have Stephanie Chansey from University of Florida and the Digital Library of the Caribbean. And we have some representatives from Craig Caribbean Research Institute here. We're not doing bios, but I just doing the short introduction as we wait for the people on the logistic end. Luam Stevenson is going to join us online eventually. She was on here. We're having some technical difficulties. And to support her, we have Zama Thomas, who will also be representing Cray Caribbean. She's in person. And we're about to, since our panelists are here and ready, we are going to get started on the conversation as early as possible because I know our panelists have to run. So thank you for being here. I am moderating this panel. You've already met me for the day. I'm going to be like my students and moderate from my phone because this is, you know, a dialogue. I wanted this to be a conversational piece. I don't know, Clifton, can you help me to get Stephanie's pinned to the screen, please, so we can see her for those of us in the room? Thank you. Thank you for joining us for my panelists. We are here to talk today about institutional building around the digital, broadly conceived in the Caribbean, and what our experiences have been in doing so. Over the last several years, we are in the 11th year of TCD. Cray Caribbean is celebrating its 10th anniversary. DLOC also has an anniversary this year. Is it 20 years?
20. Hashtag DLOC 20.
20 years, yes, right, 20. I was like, I know it's a big one, 20 years. And so, and we have many milestones going on here. I know Julian is joining us in the middle of his quality assurance review. He's actually in the middle of the meeting right now. And so I'm so grateful that he has taken time to join us. And this is a review of the academic programs in history and archaeology, which is a part of the institutional building. So I think it's quite timely that we're getting to have this conversation around that. And so all of us at these various institutions have been involved in some way in navigating the challenges around incorporating the digital into our work, the place that we found digital scholarship has helped us, and the challenges to making those shifts, both cultural shifts, intellectual shifts, and the logistic ones, bureaucratic ones that we've had to encounter. And I invited my students as part of this panel to talk about their experiences on the receiving end of these institutional building shifts, not necessarily, and their roles as students and producers of this work in the institutions to reflect on what has happened. And so I asked my panelists to just, reflect early on about the origins of their institutions and their thoughts about how digital scholarship has grown, and their institutions have dealt with the growth of digital scholarship. So I'm going to ask you, Stephanie, to just make some opening remarks based on the prompts I gave, and then I'll ask more pointed questions to each of you after. For about 5 minutes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, little background on DLOC and the work
Yes.
that we do. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, you dropped out a little bit.
Sorry.
For a second. So I think our story is pretty much well known. We are very, very well represented in the room and on the Zoom. I see many partners and friends of DLOC are participating. We had our start in 2004, 20 years ago, when 3 librarians presented their idea of a cooperative digital library to their colleagues at a Caribbean Librarians Conference. And within 2 months of that initial presentation, they organized a working group, and DLOC was established with 9 partners. Over the course of 20 years, we've grown to now have, I think I just looked the other day, we have 100 partners. Our first website launched in 2006 in October, and I think we had something like 325 views. I looked yesterday, we are up to about 10 million views. The information that we are a centralized platform that makes information available about the Caribbean and the Caribbean diaspora. And I have started to emphasize the Caribbean diaspora because people were like, well, we can't put stuff because we only have about the Caribbean diaspora. No, that can be included as well in DLOC. It's within the scope of DLOC. And the partners maintain control over their materials. We don't own anything. We are just the centralized platform that makes this information available to scholars, students, researchers such as yourselves, so that they can conduct their research in the Caribbean. And one of the obstacles that a lot of us face is it's not easy to travel or inexpensive to travel to the Caribbean. So having a centralized repository like DLOC makes that information more accessible. And I want to really give you all a shout out for making this conference hybrid, because that is very much a big step in terms of equity and inclusion, because people have limitations that prevent them from traveling, and it's a variety of things. We are right now in the midst of a big initiative revitalizing the Digital Library of the Caribbean, which is Mellon, funded by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. It goes through March of 2026. And we have several initiatives, but one of the ones that I want to stress to you guys, and I put it in the chat, we have an initiative to generate the creation of open education resources that highlight open access materials and highlight collections that are on DLOC. Our third call is now available, and you can find it on our website. I think I'll stop there and give somebody else a chance.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I just want to point out that Dexnell Peters, who was on the previous panel, is on the advisory board for the OER, I believe. And so the synergies here, I mean, we're all pretty connected and happy to see.
Yeah, and Matthew Smith is one of the co-chairs of our scholarly advisory board. And Schuyler is, her term on our executive board just ended.
Yeah.
And Alex is also on our scholarly advisory board. So
And Miresa. Yes. So I am done, but you guys can go on. But it's been always great. And I will continue working with them. And I wanted to say that we're happy to see that we have representatives from the University of the West Indies in the DLOC family and working to build those relationships, which takes me to ask Julian to give some comments. When I joined the campus, I've been at UWI for a few years, but when I joined the campus last academic year, I was very excited to see that there was a digital history course offering. And at the time, you were teaching it last year. And I wanted to, and I had students in literatures in English who were taking that class and were sharing with me some of the things that they were learning in that class that were in line with what I had been teaching elsewhere in digital humanities, with the intention of trying to do this work here. And so tell us a little bit about you're the head of department now. This digital history course is immensely popular that we offer it every semester. Tell us how that class has grown, what has happened. I know several faculty members teach it. Tell us a little bit more about that class and how it has helped with your institutional building.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation, first of all, to be here. I just want to say very quickly in terms of some background context. Yes, I'm head of history department, but previously I was also at the Institute of Jamaica at a division called the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank, which is responsible for documenting, researching, collecting a lot of information on Afro-Jamaican cultural retentions as well as Jamaican social history. And I would like to also share some of my experiences from there, just with the disclaimer that I'm not speaking on behalf of the ACIJ, but I think some of those experiences will be very relevant. Now, in terms of the history department, digital history is part of a larger shift that we have made in terms of curriculum review in the last 7 years. This is a response to the needs of society as well as the interests and needs of students. We have shifted towards certainly, while still keeping the focus on developing certain analytical skills, critical thinking skills, also developing certain special, in a sense, skills that are going to relate directly to employment. So for us, that means engagement with heritage management. It means engagement with cultural resource management. It means for us also thinking of ways in which we are going to also getting more and more involved in popular history. So for instance, although we mentioned the digital history course at the undergraduate level, at the postgraduate level, we have revised our MA offerings. And now we have a program that's called the MA in Public History and Caribbean Heritage. And the digital is a very important part of that curriculum review. It is geared towards preparing persons who are working in the industry. A lot of our students come from the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. A lot of our students come from the various divisions of the Institute of Jamaica, like the ACIJ, JMB, like the National Museum Jamaica. And they have, either because of the recognition of the need or during COVID being forced to, have had to transition more and more to the digital. And so we see part of our role as preparing our students to go into those worlds, to go into those fields, to do things like prepare virtual exhibitions, to do things like document and research our cultural history, our social history, using digital technologies. At the undergraduate level, it's also, saying to students that in a way, we're challenging the orthodoxy of the text, that there are different ways in which we can present history. There are different ways in which we can teach history. There are different ways in which we can research this history and leverage digital tools in the analysis of materials from the past. The digital history course is an introduction. It's 1 semester, it's undergraduate course. The students absolutely love it because it also allows them to explore their interest in history in different ways, to do assignments that are not the typical essay assignments. We still, do engage a lot in theory, but there is that very practical aspect to it that they certainly enjoy and that we think those skills are incredibly relevant. You said that the course is, oversubscribed. Each year we have to turn back students. But what's also interesting is that it's not just our history majors who are doing that course. We have persons who are, the majority of students in the course each year actually come from outside of department and outside of faculty. So there are students from science and technology, there are students from the social sciences, there are students who have an interest in history, have always had an interest in history, and this allows them to a chance to explore, but they also have an interest in these technologies. And we're moving more and more in that direction. We've introduced digital assignments in many different courses, but also at the graduate level, the final project that students have to do, instead of just traditional written thesis, we now allow for a variety of different multimedia projects to be done. So that's where we are at.
Great, thank you. And I actually, at Craig Caribbean, we actually interviewed recently one of the students from the MA in Public History program was telling us about his relationship with his community and how he was using the degree to really develop some programs for that community and to give them some ownership of their historical narrative. So it's pretty great. Of course, Craig Caribbean has been operating for 10 years as we don't have a landed campus in Dominica, and when I moved back to the Caribbean, that was a big part of the gap that needed to be filled in education. And I think Matt said something earlier about students always feeling robbed that they never knew any of this before. And most of the work at Craig Caribbean is with, by, and for students. And I have asked them here today. Luam, are you here? Luam was supposed to be with the
Hello.
person. Hi. In person, she was a teacher. She was supposed to teach at the workshop yesterday, but the airlines and the airport. But I've also asked them to be here. I asked Zama to join us if Luam had technical difficulties, because I want us to talk about, like, tell us about, and Zama is our very first intern at Cray Caribbean, and now she is our programmer on staff full time. What has it been like from 2014 till now? Like, what have you learned and experienced as you have watched very, very closely and participated in the building of Cray Caribbean from when you remember when we had no money and we had to clean out the TVs from the room? Tell them about that. Like, what has that felt like for you?
So I think initially coming into Create, it was a bit of taking a chance, because you hear this lady who moved back from the US and talking about talking about things that you never heard before, and coming from a society that is very paper-based, and she's here talking about like digital stuff. You're like, oh, okay. But here we are. But I feel like it piqued my interest because I had an interest in technology, and I also had an interest in art and being creative. And that is one of the things that I think I really appreciate about Create Caribbean, and something that we started off saying, and we have a little more money now, so we have to be more careful with it, but it's okay to break things. So it created an environment where it was okay to try new things. It was okay to, with the little money that we had, it was okay to say, hey, Dr. Esper, I found this and I'm really interested in this and I would like to do this. And she'll say, okay, well, we don't really have money, but let me see what I can do. And then she'll give it to you. And I had an environment where I didn't have to be afraid to explore and to be creative and to try new things and to see and to figure out what I liked, right? And I think that's what kind of kept me at Create, even if we were not getting paid and even if we were there for long hours, but it was the opportunity to figure out what you like and what you wanted to do in a safe space, right? So I left Create and then I came back. But when I left Create, I moved on to do other IT things. So I worked at the government's ICT unit. And even then, it wasn't as good as being at Cray Caribbean, as in, yeah, this is what I do. I get to tinker with IT stuff, but I am put in this little box where this is all I can do, and this is all that I have to do, and I cannot really stray from it. This is it, right? This is what they tell me to do, and I have to do it. And even then, I was still talking to Shyla, and she would still call me up when we had projects. And when this grant came about, and she called me, it's a me thing, it's not a her thing. But I remember I almost turned down the job because I felt like, okay, I've been with Create for so long, but what I knew then might not be what I need to know now. And would I be ready? And I remember I called her crying. And she's like, but you got this, right? And the environment is still safe. And even if you may not know this at this moment, because thanks to Alex, we do Jekyll now, but when she brought it up, I didn't know what Jekyll was and I didn't know what minimal computing was. And then she's like, oh, this is what we're going to be doing from now on. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know this, right? But coming back to Create, it was such a safe space to learn and to explore and to know new things. And as far as he is, Alex is always available when he decides to answer, but he's always there, right? And that's one of the things that I personally genuinely love about Create Caribbean. And even with, yes, I was a computer science major, but we had so many interns who were not computer science majors, and there was always a place at Create for you to do something with whatever it is that you're into. And
Hey, thank you. It's not my fault that they don't have. I really tried my best. Okay, so that was still bad that, the one came after they grew up. Luan was one of the students. Luan is with me. Luan is a student who benefited from the CDSC project directly.
I check.
And I wanted to hear from you, Luan, about the structure. When Zaman came on, we will just, it's just some kids who were, it was like a breakfast club plus me. and we really were figuring it out together. By the time Luam came around, we had a lot more structure. And I want you to speak specifically, Luam, about visualizing Caribbean literature as a project that helped us really set up that structure for the interns. What was your experience, and what did you learn about building institutions and your experience on the receiving end of that from that experience and that project?
So I would say visualizing Caribbean literature, it was a very big project. And honestly, it was a very daunting task coming in my first year working on such a large project. But I think what the structure of it, what it was like working on it and the structure of working on it, it's very, as I'm always saying, even though like it was like a very on a grant, we have a deadline. Can everyone hear me, by the way?
You're having some static on your thing, so you can turn off your camera and see if we get better sound.
Oh.
Yes, let's try that. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think the structure of it, it was very good to work on a project like that. How do I say? Like, I enjoyed working on projects throughout the course of my term working with Create because you were very free in figuring out what you wanted to talk about and doing the research on your own. It was like, it wasn't a thing where you were hounded to do the work. It was a thing where you got to explore and you got to work with your peers in order to create a very nice project that, you know, you'd be proud of in the end. And I think joining Create at my time that I did, I had a lot more opportunities and a lot more things to take from Create. Honestly, I've gained a lot through my experience with Create, working on projects, working on individual projects, working with partners, and then also being able to work as a teaching assistant. So I think the time that I came in, it was like, it could be seen as a little shaky. We took a little while to like get our feet on the ground firmly, but it was a pleasant learning experience. And I think Create Caribbean is an institution where you get as much as you give. Yeah.
Thanks, Luam. It's the gym, it's not the supermarket, right? So I do want to hear from my colleagues a little bit because, you know, my students here are telling me, oh, it was so free and they could break things and everybody's happy and they just get to do whatever they want and I'm a gentle parent and all that. And they sound so nice and everything is happy, but someone has to, for them to be gentle, somebody has to be bearing the hard knocks. And I want us to talk a little bit about, you know, the challenges that we face in institutional building, particularly for those of us working in the Caribbean specifically and our various institutions and the sort of geopolitical and cultural things that we face. And working, and Stephanie, I'm gonna start with you, working with Caribbean and sometimes in the Caribbean, but you're sort of on the outside of the Caribbean doing this, we're working with Caribbean partners. Let us talk about when we started this grant, and I mentioned that the note I sent to you, the goal was to improve time, structure, and support, right? And we had talked about this as part of the Tcdxi's main goal, why we wanted this money, that there was a gap in that in the region and we wanted to improve on that. You, I'm sure, have experienced that with your partners. What are some of the challenges that you navigate as you work with Caribbean-based partners? How do you navigate that?
Well, there are challenges working in the Caribbean and working with partners in the Caribbean, but not because of a lack of willingness. Once they are on board with DLOC, they're always very willing to do things, but they are limited in their capacity and in their finances with what they can do. So that's one of the bigger challenges. And the grant that we have with the Mellon Foundation, that is designed to help us try and address some of these issues, to give us as an institution in the global north a better understanding of what our partners are going through and the help that they need from us. So I often tell them when I speak with potential partners and partners, I am from the Caribbean, but I am no longer of the Caribbean, because I sit here in the United States, at a very well-funded institution. And if my internet doesn't work, I just call the company and I tell them, you better fix my internet. And that is not the same, that is not their lived experience. So, and I try to recognize that when it becomes difficult to get information from them. I try to give them we try to give them a lot of leeway, and we work really hard to meet the partner where they are at the moment. So if we ask for very specific metadata points when we're uploading their information into our website, and if they can't provide as much of the information as we are asking for, we work with them and meet them where they are. Some of them want to do metadata in multiple languages because they want to make it accessible to their communities. And we will work with them in terms of that as well. So I think that one of the bigger challenges is sometimes understanding and recognizing that the lived experience of somebody in a large, well-funded university in the global north is different from that of somebody in the Caribbean in an institution in the global south that's not as well funded. So like I said, we do try to be very understanding of that and recognize that. That's also, I think it was, I don't think it was Luam, but I think it was one of your Create Caribbean folks who mentioned about the learning about low bandwidth. And we try to make our website accessible because we recognize that folks in the Caribbean tend to access it on their mobile devices. So we are not real graphic heavy in the way that we have created the website. And that's in recognition for the differences because not all internet is created equal.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Great points you're making there about the not created equal and institutions. We are here at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, the flagship campus, with some of our colleagues in the room. Most of my colleagues here have been recently or are in management in the faculty. And I would like you, Julian, to comment on what are some of the challenges that you think as an institution that we are facing right now in embracing digital scholarship, but also and I'm not even talking about money because we know what that means in terms of our gaps there. Generally, attitudes, culture. Discuss some of the things that you find are kind of common challenges that we have to get over when taking the university, taking our colleagues, taking our students into new frontiers like the digital presents for us.
All right. And again, I will speak as head, but kind of also refer to my experiences at the Institute of Jamaica. I mean, there are obviously financial challenges, right? Equipment. When we were at the IOJ, I entered the IOJ at a time where we were still doing our documentation and recording on cassettes, right? And so I was there for that transformation, and there are financial challenges in getting the equipment, getting the infrastructure that you need. We have similar challenges here at the University of the West Indies in terms of getting classrooms equipped with the necessary equipment. Luckily, there have been significant advancements. We are lucky in the teaching of our digital history to have access to 2 well-equipped labs where students have access to individual computers. We have smart boards, and that's really useful. But there are still those types of challenges. I think the financial challenges are generally well known. One challenge that I think is very significant that runs across both the UWI and the IOJ is a lack of agility within these institutions. When I was in my second stint at the IOJ, COVID hit, And immediately we had to transition to, well, digital. Everything has to be online. How do we get our exhibitions out? How do we create content? And I just happened to, in my other life away from academia, be a photographer, videographer. I've done, graphic design and animation. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to help us pivot. And the first online exhibition that we did, all of those things was my expertise elsewhere. It has taken the IOJ a while for them to be able to say, well, okay, this is clearly how we are going to have to proceed going forward. We need to get people in place. Anybody with an experience of government, civil service in Jamaica knows it takes quite a while to get those things in place. And I see some of my UA colleagues also nodding because it's also, we have similar types of problems in terms of, a lack of, bureaucratic agility in a sense, so that has been one of the I think most significant challenges. Again, here at UWI, I do teach the digital history course and an audiovisual history and heritage course at the graduate level. We luckily have another member of staff who has committed herself to learning the technologies to enable her to be able to teach a digital history course. But, her background is she is, a 20th century West Indian historian who has studied the Federation. And so, we as individuals have to have that kind of agility as well. So that has been, I think, a very significant challenge. Some institutions may be lucky in the sense of having that expertise on hand, but it certainly requires us to, think about where it is we want to go and to make those changes. And it's not always easy to kind of make that transformation in terms of personnel, in terms of resources, in terms of ways of thinking at institutions that have these kind of rigid structures.
Here. I'm hoping that with the new lab that we can have more of that and more collaborative work among our departments, at least in the faculty. But I have had conversations with colleagues in the Department of Computing about doing some collaborations and so on. And there's some promise there, but we do have the agility problem. And it's hard coming from I've been running my own institution for 10 years and coming back into the university. That has been one of the interesting challenges, is that I'm always agile. And now I have to report to people, Russia, stop laughing. But it's true, it's different. But one of the things that the agility teaches you is to be agile here with the problems and the stresses and not let it get to you. But I will ask Zama to comment a little bit on our agility and what types of challenges have you've been sort of the co-pilot on the ride to here. Tell us about a significant challenge, and you are responsible for the most important part of our operations, really, the technology. Zama she's not only managing the server, she has all my passwords. For all the things, I can't get into anything without her or do anything at all if she says no, or she's, disgruntled, hence why she's so happy. So as the person responsible for tech, I know you mentioned Jekyll before. What are some challenges that you've seen us get through in terms of access, resources around technology, and making it possible for us to do the kind of work that we do? And what do you hope to see us do with technology in the future?
I would say one of the major challenges that I see we get is with the interns and the new people coming in, to get them to understand that, yes, in Dominica, we may be stuck in a paper-based society. It's okay to move away from that. It's okay to be different, even if you live and exist in that society. What's the other question?
What do you want us to do?
Oh,
what's your dream?
Oh, wow. My dream thing. While I think that at Create, we do have somewhat of an impact on the society in Dominica, and I guess now in Jamaica, I still feel that no one really knows what Cray Caribbean does or who we are back home. So when we go somewhere, for example, and we go for World Shit, everyone's like, oh, what is that? And then we say, okay, it's a research institute. And the next question that we get is, oh, what you're researching? And then UN kind of gets upset because UN has to explain every time. Research is a method, right? And it's not a thing. Like, we're not researching a particular thing. So I think it would be nice to see that we can educate the public on what exactly is digital humanities and how it will be beneficial to them, especially I'm talking for Dominica, but in Dominica.
Thank you. We are doing some of that with our community partners programs. We have people in different countries, not just Dominica and Jamaica, all across the region as well. But it is an issue of public, not necessarily making them understand what digital humanities is, but how technologies can help them with this research and with knowing and answering questions about themselves and their lives and their histories, right? I will ask the final question for the panel and start with Luam. Luam, I asked my panelist a question about if you imagine a future for the Caribbean, what kind of future do you imagine and how do you see the Caribbean digital playing a role in it? This is a big dream question. And Luam, you just left us to go to, up there and continue learning things. And with all of this knowledge, do you see? Your parents are home, your sister's home, your brother's home. What kind of Caribbean do you want to come back to? And how can this work and these institutions contribute to that, do you think?
My main wish for the Caribbean is for us to properly learn our past, as like we've been discussing today. Not a lot of people know the actual history, what you're taught in school. It's like a very dim expression of what Caribbean history really is. It's mainly focused just on the British and the colonials, not really us and our lived experiences and the persons who have been here. And I would like us to know our past, but also not be stuck in it, so that we can have like more advancements in our lives, basically. Like, I think a lot of attitudes sometimes can be, that's just how it is. And I wish more people would have more motivation to change things that they want to see changed. And the Caribbean is a place where Caribbean people, they are very motivated and they always, when there is a will, there is a way. But I think just more harmony and more of that attitude is what I'd love to see in the Caribbean. And then for us to have more of a full Caribbean love for each other, so that it's not just one island looking over itself, but the entire Caribbean.
Great, thank you. Stephanie, I'm going to ask you your final thoughts via this question as well. What kind of future do you imagine and the space for that, your institution in that? Is Stephanie gone? Oh, she has to drive. Okay, we're going to move to Julian. We started our panel a little late and Stephanie has a time crunch.
When I saw the prompt from you, for this particular prompt about future, it reminded me of there's a slide in the digital history class that I present to students. It comes from a kind of foundational text in heritage management, Tilden's Interpreting Our Heritage. And in it, he imagines a conversation between Archimedes, the mathematician, engineer, and Diogenes, the cynical philosopher, where Archimedes says, if you give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum, I can move the world. And Diogenes replies, why would it be better off somewhere else? And, I've always kind of kept that in mind in terms of teaching about digital history, digital humanities generally. It's this question of, we spend a lot of time, I think I have spent a lot of time certainly teaching certain skills. We're going to teach you to do this, we're going to teach you to do that. And I think one of the things that we as a department have to do is to remember that we're not just in, this business of preparing students vocationally and giving them skills, but also to think about these bigger questions of, where do we want to go, and be aware that a lot of times digital, as much as it solves problems, also creates many. And for my department, I'd like to see some of the scholarship, maybe somebody doing a research degree, start to look on those issues of, we've had 20, 30 years of digital, So for my department, for my discipline, really, that's one of the things that I'd like to see us doing, not just investing time in teaching the technology, but also now beginning to more and more reflect on, okay, what are the transformations that we have brought about? I mean, the points made by Loam about, empowering people to study their own history, present their own history, change the way we represent our heritage in the various institutions, all of that is incredibly important, and the digital plays a very important role in that. But while we're doing these things, we have to be constantly reflecting on, as we're moving, where are we moving to? Do we want to be here? What are some of the challenges that are presenting? So I'd like to see that type of scholarship, speaking specifically as a historian.
Great, thank you. We have a couple minutes if anyone has thoughts or questions for the panel. I want to just support Julian's comments here and say, everywhere you go, there you are, and we are Caribbean people. And it is, I say to them, she just made a noise because I say to them all the time, everywhere you go, there you are. You can change the situation, you can change the environment, you can change the technology, you can buy the fancy tools, you can have all the money Mellon gave us, but you are still here and responsible for yourself and your history and your work and the attitude and the reflection, right, on how we got here is still up to you. And I think part of the institutional building thing is remembering we are here and we are the ones who are responsible for this, right? And we are the ones we've been waiting for, like June Jordan says. So we can, I don't know if Stephanie's back, but we can start seeing if we have a question or two.
Actually, I am back, and
okay.
Wow. Invisible, but back. I actually agree with what everybody said. Is, the big dream for the Caribbean is for us to come together and work together, because when we work together and present a united front, we are stronger. And also for folks in the Caribbean to tell their own stories, to expand the narratives that exist about the Caribbean. So I'll leave it there so you can ask questions. You can get questions from the audience.
I was kind of curious. Hello, everybody. I see you. I was kind of curious. We were talking about the solutions and problems. Since as it's been 20 or 10 years as you guys been doing this, what are some solutions that you think that are kind of obvious, but we still aren't tapping into that can help us, as well as some problems that you see are coming because of the technology, the attention span, and how we have access to information, but also aren't accessing it in a way that's beneficial to us. So I just wanted to know what kind of insights you had on those things.
More like the audience to see. I'll start with some of the problems. The digital has enabled us to do so much more. It enabled us to do so much more. The expectations that we can do so much more. And sometimes that becomes difficult. At the Jamaica level, there is no digital allows us to interface with the public in so many new ways that are an advantage, but then the public says to us, we expect this. And again, because of a lack of funds, a lack of agility, in being slow to respond to these things, sometimes it's frustration, it's criticisms, there are lots of problems. The workload in something, as simple as we go out and we document a particular Afro-Jamaican cultural practice. And in the past, that used to mean, we have one camera with film, and we come back and the film is, we need the archivist to tell a story in particular ways.
Now it is, going out and we have film and we have cameras, and in the digital age we come back with 20,000 pictures and, hours of tape. And it means, first of all, sitting down and sorting out that. It means, making all type of decisions about what may be kept and what is not kept, which of course introduces a whole new set of, questions about mediating culture and heritage. It is cataloging, it is transcribing tapes, and technology helps us there because we can, use the AI and play the tape, but then because, we're dealing with, persons speaking Jamaican Creole, then there are problems and we have to sit down and go through and so sometimes, it presents a lot of challenges, in as much as it solves certain things. There's the question of certain protocols. Very recently, from a personal example here on campus, we had open day and students came in. And I wanted to capture some of these students, doing that quiz and I wanted to capture them and, put them on social media. And, I very quickly said to myself, let me get a release form. And I went and tried to design a release form so that I could get the students to participate, to sign up to have a basis covered, and then I'm thinking, does this cover everything that they need to cover? Should I be checking with the registrar's office? Do I need to check with legal? And I said, I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to find all of these things and have all my protocols in place so that the next time around. And I intend to, but the point is it still has to be done. And so, there's a challenge there.
She whispered something in my ear and she's like, no, I will speak for some of them because she told me to. One of the things that they know that I tell them all the time, that's the only way out is through, right? You have to read. The reading still needs to happen. You still have to read the whole book. You still have to read the things. You still have to, there's nothing that's going to replace you having direct relationship with the archive, with the text, there's nothing you can do with technology. I don't care how much AI they make. Because it's only humans who have read the work who are doing this AI. Right? The data that you're putting into it is from people who have read the work. There's nothing you can do to replace that part. The relationship that you have with the material that you're studying with your historical text, your cultural text, with your literary text, is still the most important relationship. At the workshop yesterday, was over here. Heard me say that when we were trying out OM tools for computational analysis of text, nobody can get as excited about when Elizabeth sees Beverly if they haven't in the data set that's spiked, unless they know that she finally found that I was really rich and okay, she was getting her attitude together. That's when she knew, like, okay, we can talk, you can afford it, right? But they see the data and they see the spikes and they're like, oh, something is happening here, we have the trends, but nobody gets that feeling unless you have also seen the AI version of it, we call it Earth, where she rolls up to Beverly and you see that thing happening, right? So, yes, that moment is a very important moment in the story and changes the trajectory of things. There's no feeling like the excitement comes from the reading, right? It always does. It always comes from the text, no matter how many times. And I see it in the students all the time. When we find something, I didn't know Nicole Ayun was Jamaican until our colleague Elise found it and did a whole student project on it. When we were doing visualizing Caribbean literature, when they were finding data for the database, right? And that was because they were really keen on looking for every Caribbean person they could find ever written anything from 1800. There's nothing else like that. And so I think for me, in terms of problems, solutions that are right there that people often overlook with technology is you still have to read, including our students. And we talk about the neurology thing, but also problems around that is, yes, the neurology is a problem, but we also want to change our relationship our students have with the text so that they won't feel the cultural is now a burden rather than an invitation, and we want to change that culture in our classrooms by our own enthusiasm.
Just two short questions. Thanks, everybody. One is, have you seen, particularly here at UEN, what you're saying, Julian, a kind of interdisciplinary connection around digital history, digital humanities that gives it support? Because you mentioned the sort of way in which it's framed in the department, but I'm also wondering if outside of the department, there are networks being built with other departments, cross-faculty possibly, that are helping to enhance it. And the second question for all is, what sorts of projects on the Caribbean do you find your students wanting to do? The question that you asked, Shaila, about the dream of the panelists, I wonder what kinds of dreams you're getting from your students in terms of focus on the Caribbean that they'd like to develop projects on.
Eastern Heritage Management and archives and information systems. We recently had conversations with persons from the Department of Government about, potential museum projects. There are discussions with departments of geography and geology. Next in Peters, who I think was on the panel earlier, and he is thinking about things like macro GIS application of those things, and the discussions are started. I would say that trying to catch up, right? But there is certain recognition on my part and on the part of a number of colleagues at our school that there is this tremendous interdisciplinary and collaborative potential that the digital offers, and we definitely want to explore. Question back? Oh, the students, yes, you are for the students. They want to do everything. Oh yes, that's a great. So we have a student in Dominica who wanted to do a project on what we call in Dominica, but you all know this phenomenon, what we call the backdoor phenomenon, where Caribbean people travel to other Caribbean countries off the books on boats, right? So we have the Haitians coming into Portland. A lot of Dominicans going to Guadeloupe and Martinique, and St. Lucians going to Martinique, and Dominican going to Antigua, people from going to the British Virgin Islands and taking the boat to the US Virgin Islands. And she was very interested in tracking because this is such a big part of our culture. Particularly, you have, I think Bishop's father is from Guadeloupe or something like that. And so she has a specific interest in it because of how her father's family ended up in Guadeloupe, from Dominica going backdoor to Guadeloupe and staying there over a few generations. And that was one of the projects that I didn't think about, because we talk about migration in sort of these formal theoretical ways. We talk about the histories of colonization and the people who came, like the textbook, we talk about the people who are coming. And we talk a lot now in our context about people who are leaving. Dominica has about twice the population outside of Dominica as it has inside Dominica. So we're always reflecting on how to stop the migration out. And that was a particular angle on it that I didn't think about. That was really, really interesting. And she just didn't have the data to do at the time, but I really wanted her to follow up on that because she was so excited about it. And they come up with, and the reason she came to that project was because of how we were working on issues of Caribbean space and place and geographies and thinking about these keywords. Kelly had done a project recently that, what year was the keywords project? It's still going on. It's still going on. It's still 2020 in the COVID TCD. And that inspired us to do one on keywords about geographies in the Caribbean. And that's how she started thinking about how do people get from place to place and why, right? And so that's one example of the way that they are really thinking sort of in these little spaces that us as academics are not necessarily the front. I really see my students pushing me to think about, the popular pieces, the everyday pockets of. I had a student, one of our graduate fellows, Jessie Myers, one of the great students who graduated from the Literatures in English program here in our graduate class this year. She did a presentation on Glissant and Wretched. I think she was presenting on Wretched of the Earth as well, and she started looking at the the mashup music of St. Lucia and how it was sort of rebelling against this, both the sound and the pace of the sound and the language and the sort of very graphic language in the songs are sort of responding to people's feelings about the politics of the time and how that is really responding to ideas about national consciousness, which is what she was reflecting on that chapter in Fanon's work. And thinking about how YouTube has helped that national consciousness to really shape Dead Segments as a musical subgenre has a really shaped national consciousness in St. Lucia. So they are going really in some really interesting places and like diverse places with their thinking around it. I think we have
If I could,
yes, Stephanie, please.
yeah, I think it was Matthew who asked the question about the cross-disciplinary and also what students are looking for in their DH projects. I can say, and Dex now can speak to that as well. In the OER, the Open Education Resources submissions that we are getting at DLOC, many of them are quite cross-disciplinary. They touch on literature, they touch on geography, they touch on history, and they combine all of that in an effort to reach the students and, you know, bring the stories of the Caribbean, the culture of the Caribbean alive for them. And while I am no longer in the classroom, I happen to have had an opportunity earlier this week to visit a class that they did digital humanities projects as part of their final assignments. And one of the things that came across as I was speaking to them is they really liked the opportunity to be creative and to think outside the box, not to necessarily have to focus on a traditional assignment. And listen, I was very guilty of assigning very traditional assignments when I was teaching, but I wrote to the professor afterwards and I told her, when I ever go back into the classroom, I'm going to definitely call you to get some ideas about how to creatively engage my students in the material that I'm trying to get across to them. Because I think if you are creative and you allow them to be creative, they retain and process the information more, you know, they retain the information and the way that they process it does, like, as you said, Schuyler, it expands our understanding of the material that we're sharing with them.
Hi. Thank you so much for the work that you do and for sharing your experiences. I'm actually piggybacking on what Stephanie was saying about bringing those dreams from our students in an academic setting and letting them be creative through digital humanities. Creating assignments is certainly, we have enough models now to make something that's critical and engaging. I'm worried about evaluation tools that are from the Caribbean. We shared pools and we pool resources and we share resources. We have syllabi that we can, you know, take inspiration from. But it's hard to find evaluation tools that are from the Caribbean so that we can justify what we do in the classroom in an academic setting, especially when it's hard to appreciate what we do or to adopt it on a department level, right? And at least at the University of Puerto Rico, we do have deans and we have directors who are sympathetic to what we're doing, but it's not always the case. So I was wondering if you have, and all of you, right, evaluation tools for the types of work that might be that off the beaten path. And if you have found ways to share it like in the Caribbean, because the ones that I found come from the global north, and they don't necessarily adapt to the realities of my students.
Our curriculum, vision and interest programs. A lot of it was, what do you think we should do? How should we, how should we assess and evaluate these courses? We have, it's ongoing, we try different types of assignments and evaluations each year and see what works. I think almost every year we thought digital history course, we kind of change up the activities. So, But perhaps what we should be doing on your suggestion is looking a whole lot more outside and collaboratively in terms of the development. But I mean, I'm happy to share with you in a different location what it is that we do.
I'm Stanley and my colleague Stanley and I put together for approval the digital humanities minor right now. This break will go out next January to the committee. And I am ready for, this goes back to Julian's comment about the alignment, the agility. We are at a university that's very rules-based and very structured in what its expectations of assessment. And like I was saying, I have autonomy and agility. I've been doing this with a Great Caribbean. And at Dominica State College, I was allowed to I have a lot of flexibility with the assessments models. My students will be grades. I don't know that, but I mean, I have to give them grades, but the forms of assessment that we use are really liberal and generous over time, the project based, but also the students. We've been running an interns blog for 10 years that is live and available. You can read it from when Sam was a student. She has posts up there to now. She's the one giving them the prompts for the blog now. Like, so she's in charge of the blog. And so that's one way we assess that the students write reflective essays at least every semester that asks them what they've been working on, what they have learned from it, challenges they experience, and what they've learned about themselves. You'll see a lot of that kind of self-reflection in the essays. So that's one thing. And then the presentation, the symposium has always been part of the grade. So when they present at the symposium, we've always had an opportunity for them to talk to their peers and ask each other questions. If you've ever attended one of the symposiums, you will see them raising their hands and engaging with their peers in their presentations as well. But we at UWI, we have UWI, we have to kind of push back against that. And I think the very nature of digital humanities calls for it. So it's in development and I'm really hopeful, but in some areas slower than others.
Right, and I just wanted to maybe give an example of something that we deal with. So in the digital history course, we test for, okay, your ability to actually, do certain digital activities. But then, it's also the critical thinking that comes into it. So we may have an assignment where I give students, listen, today we're going to use PowerPoint to create an animation. And we do certain things and we have a lab and they do an anim, and I tell them, I don't care what it says, right? Today, can you make this movement? Can you do that? Can you do that? And marks it because for that particular evaluation exercise, I'm only testing to see, can you actually manipulate the technology in a particular way? But then next week, we're going to, talk about, okay, let's talk a bit about audiovisual communication. How do you use color in audiovisual communication? So at the end of the day, we want to design an animation. So you learn the techniques, but also you have to think about, okay, no, I'm using this particular digital technology to communicate something. And color is one way in which we can do that. And I'll give an assignment in which what I'm then looking for is how they use color in the graphic design of the assignment to communicate mood, meaning, whatever. So, with what, as I say, it's an ongoing process of trying to work it out.
And with that, I would like to say thank you to everyone. We are hungry and the lunch is ready. So thank you to everyone, Luam, Stephanie, Zama, and Julian for your words. And we will reconvene at 2:30. You can have lunch and then coffee in N2.
like we were herding cats and ghosts. So welcome to our third and final official panel for this year's Caribbean Digital. I will echo the thanks of so many, but never say thank you enough. I don't know that we have thanked you, Dr. Schuyler and this won't be the last thing, but I did want to personally thank you and on behalf of all of us. So the title of this panel is Digital Reparations in the Digital Age. And to have this conversation, we have, starting from the far right, Dr. Sonia Stanley-Niles, next to her, Dr. Stanley Griffin, and next to him, Dr. Sasha Alexander White. And I was talking to Sasha, I should say. And Kayama Glover, formerly of Harvard College, Columbia University, recently of Yale University, Department of African Studies and French. You can see my bio along with the bios of my esteemed panelists on the website. Long-time organizer, co-organizer of this conference, which is the most relevant bit of information. So I was talking to Sasha on the coffee tea line, and he asked me, so what do you want to get out of this panel? And my hot take first answer was, I want answers. And he seemed a little taken aback, which is kind of funny, but that's really how I'm coming into this conversation. How can we talk about the possibilities, like the real material possibilities for repair when it's us? What ideas can we share, brainstorm amongst ourselves, and then potentially bring back to our institutions and to the other communities that we're embedded in, and where often we are on the margins of those institutions. So take advantage of the fact that we are in a real community made up of a constellation of different actors in different places to think together about what sort of continuous, coherent discourses and possible answers, solutions we can bring beyond this conference. So that's the point of departure. And each one of the interlocutors here will speak to this question of reparations and the digital right now. So the floor is yours, Dr.
Thank you so much. First, let me say thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this conversation. This is the second time that I'm participating in a Create Caribbean event, and I think it's perhaps becoming a calendar staple. So let me just say that my life has changed a little bit recently to focus particularly on issues of reparation, and so I've been asked to speak in that capacity, and I'm particularly pleased about that. So I begin by locating the conversation about reparation with the CARICOM 10-point plan. And I don't know how many of us know about this, but if you don't, it's on the CARICOM's, particularly the CARICOM Reparations Commission, their website. And this is a 10-point plan about reparatory justice. It's a development plan that is wide-ranging in its conceptualization, and certainly around repair. Some of the applicable points for our discussion on the panel include technology transfer. So I want to just highlight three, the number 4, which is the establishment of cultural institutions and the return of cultural heritage, the enhancement of historical and cultural knowledge exchanges, the right to development through the use of technology. And I'm going to focus a little bit about technology, but I first want to remark that it's not an accident that this conversation is happening, or certainly Create Caribbean with its allies, particularly allies on the ground, as in structures, that this conversation is happening within an institution of higher learning. These institutions wield, certainly mobilize a lot of resources, and there is need, therefore, to think about universities, spaces that mobilize so much in terms of resource, human capital, in fact, as spaces of activism. And I'm getting goosebumps as I talk, because inherent in the understanding of an institution of higher learning, which mobilizes a tremendous amount of assets and resources, we want to center activism in a different kind of way. So what does an institution of higher learning look like if its mandate from the get-go is in fact activism? An activism towards repair, activism toward a deep sort of interdisciplinary conceptualization of reparation. So I wanna just begin with that. But when we talk about reparatory justice, one of the more, let's say, immediate concerns become artificial intelligence, and I'm sure you've all been talking about this for the whole day. But let's look at the ways in which artificial intelligence, the kinds of extractive technologies that reinforce white supremacy in some cases, reinforce disruption of even conceptualizations about privacy, disrupt the balance between machine and human. I want to center that as well. Are we moving more towards the cyborg, or are we moving more towards the human? When we talk about AI, centering those concerns become important in considerations around reparation and the digital age. Because the same humans at the heart of these technologies are the same humans that in former, let's say, centuries, it's their ancestors who would have inflicted quite a bit of the tragedies that we've noted over these past centuries. So we want to take note of that. The humans haven't really changed. Our concerns about power haven't changed. Our concerns about how we relate, to whom we relate, where we relate, and in what media, those concerns have not changed. So I wanted to center that. But let's talk a little bit about what institutions like the United Nations, another one, which wields a lot of resources, and one in which we all, through multilateral, bilateral, whatever kind of arrangements we have in the structures that we call states, there's quite a bit of investment because many of our home countries are signatories in relation to these organizations. What is the United Nations doing? How is the United Nations functioning to change these kinds of narratives and discourses around things like reparation or reparatory justice? And so I want to highlight the UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, that thematic report on artificial intelligence and racial discrimination recently released in 2024 here. It gives some interesting insights about generative AI in a kind of, let's say, acknowledgement of possibility, the way I would want to phrase it. That generative AI is changing the world and has the potential to drive increasingly seismic societal shifts in the future. And I'm quoting here Ashwani KP. So those seismic shifts are coming. Are we in the context of a consideration about repair, centering or conceptions about these seismic shifts? And so I wanted to raise that UNESCO also, the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Policy Roadmap, was just also shared. There is positive implementation of AI, what it concludes in areas of culture and creativity, governance and transformation, upskilling of education, and resiliency, as well as sustainability. This university as well just announced the establishment of the International Development School of Justice, which is centered on fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is what I'm talking about in relation to institutions of higher learning and how they must become accountable to the balance we must find to remain human. So I'm really saying that our concerns about reparatory justice in a digital age, really, are they that different? Are they really that different from concerns about reparatory justice in a non-digital age? Because I am, in the context of my remarks, centering the human again. That the balance of these intersectional identities that we know exist in non-digital and digital, the digital age, they also are of concern to us. So reparatory justice concerns relate to the technology, quite clearly. Digital museums, I want to touch a little bit about this because then we're smack again into large institutions that wield a lot of power and mobilize a lot of human resources. So let's talk a little bit about digital museums and reparatory justice. What implications are there with power of preservation and storage? The age of digitization bridges the most significant gap between peoples of African descent, I'm suggesting, and their history, issues of accessibility. The National Museum of Jamaica, for example, the sugar exhibit we saw as one of the very first virtual exhibitions. The National Museum of African American the National African American Museum of History and Culture. Also, we see there the ways in which there's mobilization around what is experienced digitally. Community digital exhibitions also, they're popping up and emerging in more common ways. Also, with so much of our indigenous materials and artifacts housed in the United Kingdom, for example, if we're talking about Jamaica, or the Netherlands, these colonial powers, that still wield a lot of influence over the very materials we need to have for ourselves. So what does reparatory justice look like in a digital age? Balancing the scales in relation to access. Creating avenues via reparatory justice claims for access to archives housed in former colonial powers such as Britain. This is a very key thing. Institutions that have pledged reparation have been specifically focused on digitizing their collection for better access, but not necessarily for better access by those who were documented. So these are some of the issues. Who has the power to make decisions also about reparation in the digital age? Isn't it the same colonial powers that we're referring to? So we have some contradictions that we need to also confront. Certainly, this is important. I think I'll just pause there and leave some of the space for conversation.
Oh, well. I gotta use the PowerPoint? I have a PowerPoint, but I don't have to. Okay. Hey, white. Thanks. Oh yeah. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my own experiences to some extent being moved or finding myself involved in both thinking about reparative justice from the perspective of digital work, digital humanities work, and the curation of digital collections, but also that transferring in some ways and in complicated ways into conversations fundamentally about evidentiary-based financial remunerative reparations. How do questions of reparations affect how we approach digital collections and historical research? Sorry, that got a bit whiter on the corner than I expected. This is kind of the question that I wanted to approach our conversation with, but I wanted to start very much with a bit of personal history, and this is where I think the ethics behind the project, Underwriting Souls, which I'm going to talk about today, came from. Underwriting Souls was a Mellon-funded, independent collaboration between Black Beyond Data, Johns Hopkins University, and Lloyd's of London, the world's largest insurance market, to digitize their collections pertaining to the transatlantic slave trade, and to produce a series of educational exhibitions as well as an online collection from these materials historically inaccessible to researchers. We took no funding from Lloyd's, and they had no editorial authority over the project, but the project in some ways began, despite my accent. I'm British and grew up in London, and my experience of growing up in the city, and especially the city of London, which you see here, is the Royal Exchange, where Lloyd's used to be in the center for those on Zoom, and then the Bank of England here, and Lloyd's is actually, you can see a sliver of it back there, current contemporary Lloyd's. I always felt, as a Black and British person growing up in London, that we were living in a bit of a myth and in a bit of a lie. The stories of the history of the city were told, were ones that erased the role of slavery in the making of the formal city of London, the financial center, one that suggested that the histories of slavery, the stain and sin of slavery, could be transferred out to the West Indies, to the Americas, to Liverpool, to Bristol. And these were not histories that necessarily circulated, built, were the foundation for London. And with this project, with Lloyd's, and working in the materials at Lloyd's, my goal fundamentally was to think from the perspective of that kid and attempt to suggest that, the world that you think you're living in is the world that's built on the backs of Black people and through Black people, and the capitalist system that we exist in was built by us and on top of us. And that was the goal, to take these histories, these materials, and let them sit as a testament against histories and narratives that would suggest otherwise. And it's built on the shoulders of giants, such as the work on Unforgotten Lives at the London, now the London Archives, the formerly London Metropolitan Archives, work from Scotland and Glasgow and Edinburgh, Runaway Slaves in Britain, and of course the Center for the Study of Legacies of British Slavery. And we came at this work at a particular time when, in 2021, when the murder of George Floyd at the hands of police in Minneapolis led to an interesting reckoning across Britain to explore and engage more deeply with its histories of slavery. And Matt and I talked about this morning. So in many ways, this project, I think, was only possible for those reasons. What we produced was a series of an online collection made up of materials that can be accessible on underwritingsouls.org, as well as a series of 9 exhibitions, as well as a poetry and artistic volume edited by Boyega Odebanjo and produced by artists and poets from Ink, Sweat, and Tears and Spread the Word, 2 collectives, the 2 arts and culture collectives in the UK. And this is our team, Eliza Zimmerman and PR Seth, and myself, as well as the amazing team at the Johns Hopkins Sheridan Libraries, who made all the digital aspects of this come alive. When Underwriting Souls launched in November of last year, it produced a groundswell of press, some of which I think importantly, while suggesting that the reckoning was coming, like the Telegraph, that the reckoning was coming for the City of London, others, such as The Guardian, suggested that the work failed to settle heated questions about reparations and slavery, reparations for slavery from the City of London, from Lloyd's in particular. In response to the research, Lloyd's produced a financial response, not reparations, a financial response of about $65 million devoted to a number of projects, both within Lloyd's and externally to reckon with its histories. But what I was struck by, and I guess, it's taken me a year to puzzle this out a bit, and this is kind of where I want to go and finish with, from a more theoretical perspective, is to think about, in some ways, why were some of us so shocked when, not potentially myself, but why would we be shocked that when confronted with the presentation of numerical and mathematical accounting produced by enslavers and traffickers and the underwriters of slaving voyages, that this would lead to enough moral outrage to transform the largest insurance market into something that essentially would sacrifice its entire financial structure or all of its finances to respond to. How do we rethink, within thinking about evidentiary practices of reparations, there's a disconnect between fundamentally seeing slavery as essential and innate to the processes of capitalism, and then as an aberration, something that can be solved in a courtroom that operates on the same logics, perhaps, that produced these sorts of processes in the first place. And I want to briefly gesture to the brilliant work of others on fractal Caribbean, fractal repair, and thinking about actually the fractal Caribbean and fractal theories as a mode for addressing not just the challenges of reparations, but addressing the challenges of evidentiary-based reparations that rely on archives of enslavement, in particular, that fail to actually challenge the underlying operating logics of capitalism in the first place. These quotations here, the first from Matthew Chin's Fractal Repair: reparation discourses thus posit historical research as arithmetic inquiry in the service of a linear progressive temporality. Only by quantifying the harms of the past that persist in the present can something like liberation be achieved for the future. Right? Yet Denise Ferreira da Silva notes that such an approach to redress constitutes a failure to think colonial and racial violence in its full fractal complexity. I then want to draw and echo Denise Ferreira da Silva's words from Fractal Thinking. Leftist thinkers, in commenting on these events, rehearse a version of Marx's argument that the colonial plays no role in capital accumulation. When making this point in the past, I've been asked, who cares? My reply is always, I care, because the historical materialist perspective provides the best basis for the critique of capital, but only if it stops misunderstanding colonial and racial violence as an opportunistic ideological leftover of global capital. And I think, Ferreira da Silva goes on to talk about the ways in which a positivistic, progressive narrative of compensatory responding to harms also fails to address the fractal reliving and reproduction of racial capitalism in numerous forms. So, to conclude, I think the work that I see, and actually, retrospectively thinking about this, while it was fascinating to be put in a position where my work in digital humanities became evidentiary for a conversation about financial reparations, which is not I didn't want to raise the stakes of the work to have to respond to that and to fail in the event that we didn't manage massive systemic change. But at the same time, I think the work in digital humanities, our work that we do, without presenting, if we present financial materials, if we present slave ledgers, if we present risk books simply as such, without fundamentally challenging the racial capitalist assumptions undergirding them, we don't create the conditions whereby ideally in the future we could see the sea change such that reparations conversations actually take down capitalism and racial capitalism most specifically, right? A possibility that is necessary for, in some ways, true financial reparations to occur, but also critical to in my perspective, the political mission of my work. In the UK, there are more corporate archives engaged in research. Barings Bank, Barclays Bank, the Bank of England has done this work, and others. And I think this question of how corporate archives can be used and explored to refuse histories that would negate their role and the central role of their work in the maintenance and production and perpetuation of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade is critical. So I might have gone a little over time. I want to stop there. But thank you so much, and I really look forward to questions.
So that's a hard act to follow. I have no screen, but I really want to be anecdotal, if that's the phrase. I'm an archivist, first and foremost in the Caribbean, from the Caribbean, and my task since 2018 has been to train Caribbean archivists for the first time in the region, for the region, with the region's realities in mind. And so when I think of the phrase of archives and reparations in the digital age, I want the conversation to be very pragmatic, very practical, because quite frankly, the realities are real and the questions are real. So I really want to piggyback off of, you validated my questions with your entry statements, because a lot of I come to this conversation, let me be very frank. There may be some controversial statements to be made, because quite frankly, the trade, the colonial passage is still happening. I've argued elsewhere that the triangular trade that shipped humans and goods is now still happening where our information is concerned. And while resources are being held and being made available in other spaces, quite frankly, they are at our expense, at our identity expense, at the viability and validity of our own Caribbean institutions' expense. I've said elsewhere, and I'm being very frank, our national archives, or regional archives, or libraries, and even our museums are becoming shells because of the digital age. There is a survey, a protest letter being circulated around about one of our institutions here about the issue of access. If persons arguably from outside the region can't have access, or home institutions are seen as problems. I've had experiences where a national archivist was, had to validate their own positioning because an external institution, not connected to the region, but having a vested financial interest in the content of the region, had to prove to their permanent secretary that the decision to restrict unfettered access through the language of digitization is indeed to protect cultural national memory of that particular territory in the region. So this is nothing theoretical or abstract for me, right? So some of the questions I wanted to start about, first again, saying I'm talking about documents, because my museum colleagues who are into objects will have a different feel of things, and we could argue about that. But again, with very meaningful implications between documents and so forth, and objects. So in terms of archival, if I were to give me a talk then, give it a long intro, a title, I would think about unveiling meanings, archival reparation in the digital age. And several questions come to mind. One, is acknowledging the provenance of the materials enough? Provenance, the theoretical connection between the creator and the subject or the territory, has been used against us. We have been documented, but then told it's not for you. It's not about you. And therefore you have no right to access. Is the return of the materials enough? We have seen instances where the materials have been returned and have become an additional burden on the home institution rather than becoming an asset. We have seen instances where digitization has occurred and the home institution that allowed for the digitization to take place have no digital access to their own digitized assets. We just had a conference, an archival conference here a few weeks ago, late October, and there was an instance spoken about of, I don't want to call the nation's name, but a particular European territory went to a particular Caribbean territory that did not have an overt connection to a particular small institution, agreed to digitize, transferred to the European institution, left no digital copies, placed the digitized assets in a open, they pay by fee. It's open source for a while, but you have to pay a paywall after a few months it's coming. And so what has happened, the question of preservation, we're preserving it for you. But in the long term, you have no access to it. And the institution remains poorer, having lost not only their materials, but their nation's patrimony. What has changed, and I like what Dr. Stanley and I said, what has changed in the thought process, re-archival materials and reparation given the digital age? Because quite frankly, I don't know if it quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, chances are it has very much duck-like features, right? I have argued elsewhere that the colonial power has gone online. They're no longer using guns and money. They're using the digitized, the digital. And so our institutions, quite frankly, I'm now head of the Department of Library and Information Studies, and we're kind of coming to terms with the digital turn because quite frankly, the argument is we need to teach a particular mode of operation because our institutions are still very much analog and a bit of digital. I tend to disagree with my colleagues. But the reality is, if we are continually in a situation where we are providing access to our materials by others, external, to do the digitizing, our institutions will never become digital. Our institutions will never have the capacity to collect, collate, and manage our own digital creations, our own digital materials, because this is an established fact that our own societies have gone digital, but perhaps our own memory and information institutions still grappling with analog realities and trainings. So there is that. I give a perfect instance. Since COVID, I train Caribbean archivists. Since COVID, and institutions having to shut, or students need materials to do their assignments. It is, and I get angry when I say this, but it is easier for my students to have access to Caribbean materials in global northern institutions that are available online than to have access to Caribbean institutional materials, whether digital or analog. And I'm not bad talking my colleagues in the Caribbean. There are real reasons why. If you can't keep the air conditioning going, chances are you can't afford the website. Right? It's as basic as that. And so when you're saying to Caribbean future archivists that your training is being done digitally, using materials that are not necessarily within your own custody, well, that sounds very much like colonialism to me. And so the idea of reparations then is not a theoretical thing about money. It's a lived experience where our own training, and mind you, we are one of the institutions that have countered, officially been recognized as countering, the established archival theories. So here we're talking about decolonizing archives with a very colonial reality, using colonial digitally born framework. So it's really, I think, for concern. So I think we have all established that archives have been used as evidence for reparation claims, right? But I want to argue that the archives themselves should be the subject of the reparations claims, as you rightly mentioned. right? Records created as transactional evidences have been used are for our society's materials or evidences of our own humanity, as Sonia has just said. Not just our own economic, not just economic labor, or not just for economic labor or racial status. Archival records are as much about the unpaid, uncompensated labor as it is about the earnings, profits, and benefits the writers, owners, and merchants gained from the evidences of our own experiences. Quite frankly, if you don't have, and this is an established archival theory, if you don't have control over your own memory and your own evidences of self, you have no control over yourself. You have no control over yourself. And so the question about, and there are several examples. I mean, one of the popular ones refers to Suriname, where and it took several generations to get it done, where the Dutch at some point took records of Suriname to Holland, and as part of the deal, they were supposed to be returned, and they were returned with several conditions: that a national repository, a national archives be built, training of Surinamese archivists happen, continual resources, but not just repatriation of analogs, but the digitized materials went as well. So there's, this idea of shared heritage in a digital reality also needs to be taken into consideration. So I've argued, and perhaps this is where I'll end, is that the real work of the archivist in the 21st century is not about providing access to materials or even repositories. We are going to be about meanings, the ability to connect different formats, different created materials to tell different aspects of the same story. It's becoming very real where the sources, and I've had a conversation with Dexel about this, the sources you use basically influence the type of history you write. And if you use a wider breadth of sources, including sources we never used to think about as sources, I've argued that in the Eastern Caribbean, the archives ain't gonna help you. If you really want to know what's going on, you have to go to Carnival. You have to go to the popular culture. You have to listen to the songs. Those active living forms of documentation are not just cultural expressions. They are real valid means of documenting oneself. And so if we think of the living, the carnival, the festival in our context as a documentary source, in addition to what has been fixed in paper form on boxes on shelf i.e. digitized and placed online, then chances are a greater appreciation. So to my mind, archives in the digital age, in terms of reparations, is about the ability to construct a full meaning, understanding of the human experience. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. So this is what we have time to do. What we can do. We've got about 10 minutes. I wanted to offer the panelists the opportunity to respond to one another, like 5 to 6 minutes. I have a question that's maybe too big for me to insert myself, but I might ask it if no one here raises their hand. So those are the stakes, right? So if after they've spoken to one another, I'm going to look out and see if there are any hands that shoot up. If they do not, I will ask a big question. So here we go.
I just had a bit of a rebuttal commentary question. No. It struck me that there's a contradiction, a fantastic but productive contradiction in your statements, Stanley. If the real archive is in the carnival, effectively in the people. So we're going back to the work of people like Maureen Warner Lewis and so on with oral culture, oral histories. Why do we need the paper or the digital space? So hold on. So that's just one. That's just one. And then Because I think it's worth answering, because when you think about my presentation and the centering of the human and that balance, where are we really going with the conversation? Fighting the same fight in the digital age. So hold on. My two things that occur to me now. In thinking through reparatory justice in a digital age, one of the things we don't mention is the trauma. The trauma for the silver economy, all right? The people who are over a certain age who can't grapple with this digital. So when everything, this archive that we're fighting for, this digital archive, we still have questions of access internal to our very own people. And we're not really talking about the trauma. And then the next thing, just, the last thing, it occurred to me, and I mean, it has occurred to me just in terms of my own work now with the National Reparation Committees in the Caribbean through the ecosystem of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. One of the things we don't have, which your presentation really situated, is a negotiation strategy for when we are trying to talk to the people who consistently must, we are told, oppress us, because what is the goal? The goal is capital. It doesn't matter whether you're an elephant, a rhinoceros, or human. The goal is capital.
To the University of Guyana, I had a conference. Title of my presentation was Digitization but for who? A number of times, when a digital project happens around, is usually an external seeking to digitize within the. And once that digital project happens, usual access points are not necessarily geared towards our end. So the question I asked them in that talk was like, why are we bothering with that? Especially since the reality has been where Caribbean people are not users of our own national archive. That's an established fact. I think of Vicky O'Flaherty from St. Kitts, who basically said that, depending on the skin color of the archivist, it will depend on the reaction of the society to the archive. So in her case, we'll say, you're keeping white people safe. You're trying to keep the planet class happy. We have had a lecture from another Caribbean archivist who looked like me from Kingston, was the first one there, and when he tried to bring in a particular collection, the users there are more, from European realities, and you kind of black on the archive. So the question is, who is using and whose interest is being propagated, whose memory is being thing. The other reality is archives have always been cultural. Sebastian wrote, every culture is an archiving culture. The harsh reality is our training to tell our students that if it is not written, if it's not from a particular institution, through the process of acquisition and appraisal, some professor, some big shot said, this is official archive, this is memory, then it is not an accessible or verifiable source. So we have questions about how our living actual cultures are seen as verifiable and academic. The reality is, I think, the next frontier for us, and this is what we teach, is that the paper always is in need of validation itself, and the culture is the validation. I mean, think of it, the one that comes to mind is Matilda, No Money and Gone Venezuela. That folk song. There's records about the whole movements to Venezuela at a particular time. But that's an overarching, yes, there was a systemic movement towards this particular time, place. But these folk songs talk about details, they talk about experiences, they talk about perspective. So the question really is, it's not the purposes of the paper. The paper was always about the higher, because at that time, it was the big shots writing. That's established. The generals, the priests, the men, and they wrote about their own perspectives. They were not writing about the perspectives from those who were writing about. So the question then really is, how do we, that's why I say meanings. The archivist is supposed to be able to say, this paper has meaning, but yet all of this, including landscapes, including cultural festivities, the act of bringing people together in a particular place is indeed a form of information creation and preservation. And so I've argued that we need to go beyond. How do I explain it? But Antigua had a tourism slogan that says the beach is just the beginning. I think that's the best way. Go beyond the beach. Go beyond the activity. Go beyond and see why people are doing what they're doing. Chances are it's more than a generic vibe. There's an information creation, preservation, sharing thing that is taking place. And that information is just as or even more important than what's in the institution. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you so much for your presentations. I was thinking about where does the right of reply comes into the place here. The idea of the rights of reply and the idea of using metadata as a way of repair and control not only information but knowledges from our region, and how that can be a space for practicing post-custodial if we're accompanying projects as archivists, or framing an ethics of care differently to engage in trauma and to address trauma through metadata. Just to hear your thoughts on that.
And is there one more? I'll do a collection of three. No, I'm giving the, yeah. No, you go. We can't do this. We don't have
Okay, hi. Thank you for this. This is delicious. I have a question that is thinking about the ways that this is happening in collections in the Black South on the continents. So I do work on Black Puerto Rico things, but also thinking of keywords for Black Louisiana, the conversations that folks are having. And I'll name at least the institutions that are doing things like this, like Family Search, like Ancestry, like Blackberry, that are coming in and offering tiny parish archives, resources, funding, whatever else to digitize, and then we'll put those behind paywalls or have them available, like you're saying, something for a short time and then put them behind a paywall. And it's the same thing. It's the pressure to take care of resources and materials that are under ecological risk and resource risk. But also, for when I'm talking to them, it's also strategy and a political education around what are all the stakes of what might come next. And I don't know what the solution might be, but I'd be very interested in the same question because it's probably global, but definitely we're seeing it in a whole range of South by South solidarities. And it needs to be I would be curious about a kind of collective response that really helps everybody understand what to do in these contexts.
Thank you. I think that's a lot. Yes, shall we go to some answers? Maybe I'll just, as I'm walking up, just the question that I had, that part of it's been covered, but I was struck in your presentation this moment where you said that Lloyd's was spending $65 million to think about repair. Most likely to conclude, but there will be no repair, right? And this is a phenomenon that repeats itself elsewhere. France, same thing. Haiti deserves $43 billion, but we're not giving anybody any money or an apology. But nonetheless, I guess the question that emerges for me out of that is, as we sit here at an event that we're all appreciating, I hope, funded by Mellon, and we've mentioned, a number of us, the works that we do that are sponsored by foundations, Mellon being, an egregious family in the history of the so-called New World. Not only does it seem to me that money talks, but we talk money all the time. And that seems to be one of the fundamental ironies, like how to escape the sound barrier or the membrane of capitalism while caught within its net. And how to turn some of these questions that we've been asking from rhetorical to answerable. And that comes back to where I started when I said, in moderating this panel, I want answers. So there we go.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important. Lloyd's is actually devoting 65 million to numerous projects. I'm not here to really defend or attack them. They do what they're doing, but it is on their terms, right? There's no enforcement process that would occur, right? And I think that's, and I often thought about, like, what am I, you're taking money from the Mellon Foundation. You're taking money from, exploiters to study other exploiters and then theoretically, make that material available so that it can't be erased or elided anymore in particular ways, which is, it's a shifting power dynamics to what we're talking about. I think one of the questions of strategy is also, I think, I almost don't necessarily want to talk about this in public, because I think there are strategies that I discussed, but I think there are strategies that I don't necessarily want the institutions that I might work in knowing that I'm thinking about. But I think one aspect is, how do you end up using resources that are necessary without losing rights and access. And I think, part of that comes down to effective MOUs and structures, but then there also needs to be an enforcement mechanism, which is a huge, but yeah, and the leverage to have them enforced, absolutely. But I think that we can talk.
So we have managed to put all of the complex questions on the table, and there's kind of no way to get around the circularity of the questioning and even the, let's say, the paucity of answers that are ever going to be relevant for us or, let's say, implementable. But we're going to try anyway. And when I started by saying that institutions of higher learning have a lot of resources, they have partners, allies, conversations with other institutions of higher learning, and can broker relationships in effective ways. We've seen it happen. And I'm not trying to invest any more than needs to be, you know, in terms of resources within institutions of higher learning, but they must be made to work for us in the ways that we want. And I'm suggesting that it may justify why a University of the West Indies has a Center for Reparation Research inside of it. And that institution must work to engage in the fulfillment of the negotiation strategies that must work for us. So this is the first thing that I said in a CARICOM Reparation Commission meeting, that we must, because the very colonizers will come back and twist us around in the name of their own interests, and we achieve nothing. Because what they will do is say, okay, I'm going to give money to Guyana, but I'm not going to give money to Jamaica. And when they get into Guyana to figure out how that money is going to be spent, one group that's not established, that may be the one needing the resources the most, they're not at the table. And so we have actually seen the examples of where the negotiation strategy does not exist, and the people who are trying to actually, you know, for whatever reason, in whose ever interest, want to enact some form of repair, and it doesn't happen effectively because on the receiving end, there's no political strategy, no political education, and also no negotiation strategy. So it's as though we start from scratch every time, and we can't afford to waste resources. So it means we're going to have to trust some people, and I'm suggesting that it needs to be paper. You know, in whatever ways we sign documents, it has to be documented. MOUs, we heard the suggestion, but also we need committees. And I wanted to also bring up the fact that the irony of being in an institution of higher learning is that we have short memories. We actually are in the business of perpetual education, but don't understand that education has to be perpetual. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Education is not a moment. So how are we going to increase the gravity of the political education that we need if we're not doing that education perpetually? Because we are then bringing up people, my children, your children, our students, in the same way.
You know, information has always been about power. And yes, they've allowed, arguably, or, you know, reality of life is, you know, we have our own flag, we have our own national anthems, but how much power we have over our own information. And, you know, I think in addition to strategy and as Jessica rightly asks, you know, yes, we have a stewardship responsibility over materials. You know, we have a, you know, Gerald Ham says you know, we have a particular time, a lifetime in which to capture, document, and preserve for the future. And then you hand over that stewardship to someone else. But that stewardship cannot be limited to, let me rephrase, archives, record keeping are all based within a framework. That framework allowed for things to be documented in a particular way, things that were appraised as. There may be stuff that were not appraised as deliberately, right? And so the whole process, the whole ideal of an institution is all about power. And to what extent can we, in our post-independent selves, speaking as a Caribbean person, you know, assert that power, especially over our own information. Now, let me stop by saying I'm not just speaking about the archival, meaning things appraised as having archival value because of the past, but I'm also speaking about the ways in which we create our own information. Jamaica is now going through the data protection hullabaloo that comes out of the European Union. It's an international documentation. If you want to have access to resources, you need to be, GDPR and so forth. Nobody's thinking about our own information creation and documenting culture. My department was part of the training mechanism for the entire Ministry of Education. And one principal said, if we really apply this data protection thing to my school, how will my school community work? Because the way in which we live our lives in the Caribbean, the way in which we operate our schools, arguably everybody know everybody's business, right? The grandmother selling sweets know just as much about the child as the parent or the teacher. So now because of international stipulation, you're saying, Miss Nettie who's selling sweets, they can't assist, can't know certain things. How the principal asks a valid question, how culturally can we live our lives given the ways in which we have always lived our lives because of this international. So the colonial imposition is happening not just in materials of the past, but in our form of compliance, because we're required to be in compliance. And so the ways in which we create information has to meet up to international standard. And I keep saying to students, international standards were set by them, not for us. We will always never be enough, good enough, or have the resources enough to meet international standards. The most we can do is try our uttermost best. So again, it's all about a power dynamic that we have to be very realistic with and so forth. Now, to get to your question about metadata, it's all about language. Which language is most appropriate for us? We deny ourselves by refusing to speak of ourselves in the ways that we want to speak. And so the standards are there. We use archival standards, which just basically a list of questions. Insert our voice, insert our language, insert our idioms, or naming conventions. We ain't bound to be restricted. I have an MPhil PhD candidate right now thinking about the challenges of Caribbean collections within the library context, because she has shown from her MA work that a number of our collections cannot be processed using Library of Congress stipulations or Dewey stipulations. So I'm like, my girl, let's create a Caribbean standard. Let's use a language that speaks of our reality and reflects our own dynamism in our own materials that we created. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. There could not be a more perfect way to end this panel. I was really hoping that Dr. Griffin would say something positive and uplifting. He has delivered. I want you to join me in thanking all of the members of this conversation. We have time for about 10 minutes. No, I'm going to say no. I knew it. Really? Oh, wow. Okay.
Keep on going. Keep the momentum alive.
That's what's happening.
And we call the tool that we build wax because we can shape the metadata. Or you and me think exactly. We'll talk more. We'll talk more. All right, we are going to. Sound is not working. We're going to, Mila, will you join me here on stage? We're going to go now into celebratory mode. You guys go ahead. We have a couple minutes before we get the AV set up and working. We're going to go into celebratory mode. So this celebratory mode has two parts. First, we're going to celebrate all the winners of our micro grant for the year 2024. Let me tell you a little bit about the micro grant program. That's one of the programs of the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective. It's one of the things we asked Mellon for. We figure one of the biggest impact we can have in the region, and with folks working in Caribbean studies outside of the region, was to actually just give money direct to the ground. Now, the micro grant was designed in such a way that we want to cover as many of the nations as possible, many of the interests, the time periods, and the types of scholars. So graduate students, independent scholars, faculty, librarians, archivists, the whole range. And we have worked really hard for 3 years now. We're in our third year Andreina Soto, who's there and runs the program with me, to ensure with a jury, a selection committee that we keep rotating every year. We have some of the members from the jury this year here in the room with us. Miriam Sansarina are here. To ensure that we reach that sort of broad range of support. Now, grants range from 5 to 20, okay, around there. And sadly, we're going to have probably a hiatus next year while we try to convince the formerly oppressive Mellon Foundation has been established, and now enabling Mellon Foundation to give us a second round so that we can continue the program. Now, next to me is Mila Aponte, who for 2 years now has been the project manager, the project mentor, the overall coordinator of all of these activities to ensure that each year these microgrants work together as a cohort, that they understand each other as part of a community, trying to build those communities of the future that will sustain each other as our community in our generation. Can I say that? Yeah. Don't say that. It sounds like we were all, that sounds like, yeah, like, yeah, that the power we got from each other working together over this many years is something we can pass on to other networks that are bubbling and burgeoning. So Mila, if you want to say a little bit about your experience being the coordinator of all these wonderful groups, here's the mic.
Thank you. Hi guys, Mila Ponte Gonzalez, University of Puerto Rico. I've been privileged of accompanying these projects, especially during this last year. And it's hard to do DH in the Caribbean, right? We don't have the infrastructure, the consistent infrastructure to do this. We have more than less time electricity and very little access to internet. So to think critically while trying to survive is hard. And strength comes by sharing insight, strategies, and to empathize with people. So it's building projects, but it's building community, right? And building relationships. This year, we try to do this online by having individual sessions with the different micro-mentees to see what they needed, where they're at, and to hear their challenges. And of course, to parse what has been their strategies to overcome them. And then to create periodic meetings, online meetings, so we can share those insights and share strategies to overcome and to celebrate all the achievements along the way. Based on that, this last year we had 5 cohort meetings. We had one specifically about metadata, how to actually describe our material so that it makes sense to us and about us and with us. We had another on specific challenges and ways of solving it when projects were already, moving along better and they were more in production. We had a plenary session when we shared, like a midway point. And then we talked about rights management, which is super important when we want to, keep track of our own materials and intellectual property, and to honor the people who are represented in our archives, which is hard to do when you're in a post-custodial relationship. And lastly, we did metadata cleanup because it's really hard to keep our data and metadata clean so that we can then converse and have a dialogue with computers so that they can do what we want them to do. And that's an aspect that's more technical. So we also had like the metadata cleanup workshop, which some people enjoyed with me. It was hard when we did it. And I just want, if possible, just to go see the videos of where our projects are, because the projects speak for themselves. We had projects representing Guyana, well, all the islands. We had teams that were working from the Netherlands to California in different time zones, so it was hard to find a time to meet. But there was always the willingness to converse and to have a dialogue. People coming from being hit by hurricanes and figuring out a way to be connected. Thank you, David, who's here. We had that conversation. Are you okay? Is your family okay? Okay, now let's talk DH. So it's about bridging and about finding connections with people. So I was honored to be a mentor, and I'm going to be a mentor next year. So I hope to see you also in those conversations.
All right, so we are going to let the project speak for themselves in a 30-minute video, which will be broadcasted on Zoom and YouTube. And stick around though, because after we celebrate last year's work, or this year's work, it's not over yet. We are going to announce the winners for next year. We're going to be working with Mila in 2025. So without further ado, cross your fingers. We don't know if the sound is going to work. We're about to find out. How do we do this? Nope. Yeah. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. And the funny thing is that the AV guy left the room at the strategic. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is.
Hi everyone, I'm Sofia Monegro, and this is Elizabeth Milagros Alvarez, my colleague. For the Tcdxi grant period, we started developing Shadow Scholars, which is an open access archive that enumerates Black women's contributions to Dominican society by recovering archival documents that help us map their impact and historical legacy in today's geography. The dataset includes a compilation of sources, around 50, that include land deeds, textual sources, court cases, and maps. Among the many stories in this dataset, we have started to focus on Flora's story to develop a story maps platform. In the story map story, you will learn about Flora, who was born in Jacksonville, Florida, and survived birthing 6 of her enslaved children and leaving them a lasting land legacy in what today is Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic, which is where we begin her story.
As part of our archival trip to develop our data set, we visited multiple parts of this living geography. We began by visiting the Archivo General de la Nación in Santo Domingo, where we were able to recover 19th century mortgage records of Flora's descendants and the Kingsley family in general. And this helped in providing leads on their business connections as well as building activities. We also visited the Registro Inmobiliario in Santo Domingo as well as in Puerto Plata, where we were able to connect as well with with Flora's living descendants, who are still part of this living history and a part of this geography. I'm actively on site in what's today present-day Cabarete, and carrying out interviews by visiting these geographies to continue reconstructing this living archive. So this includes Punta Goleta as part of the places that we've already visited. So here we were able to retrieve an original plan with the Kingsley descendants' names on them, as well as Munoz, where one of Flora's descendants inherited land in the early 20th century. So part of this geography also includes Laurel Grove, where Flora started her life upon her arrival to the New World.
As we go forward in finishing the grant period, we will continue refining and polishing the data set and completing Flora Story Map Story. As we scale up, we are now applying to the ACLS Digital Seed Grant with the support of co-PIs Dr. Elise Mitchell at Swarthmore College and Dr. Rosa Margarita at Lehman College. Have a great conference, everyone.
Hi, everyone at the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, members and attendees at the conference. I'm Jackie Brown. I'm a member of Queerly Stated JA, and we were one of the micro grant recipients. And our idea was to figure out a way to actively archive the spaces which Caribbean folk create for ourselves, as well as find a way to have that influence scholarship as well. When we started putting together the archives, it made sense to start with metadata. And of course, we ran into the issue that practitioners of Black digital humanities, queer digital humanities, disabled digital humanities ran into, which is that the metadata does not correspond to our world. But more importantly, what we found, not just in it not corresponding, but the Caribbean as a collective means that it's not our place to reconfigure the terms of the metadata and thus reconfigure the terms upon which our worlds will be converted into archives. So what we've now come to understand is that our project is actually an organizing project, bringing organizing to digital humanities. So we are working to put on cultural programming of open source Caribbean archives, including our own. And then we'll make that into a platform. We're in the process of making that into a platform with our programming partner, locallygrown.tv, so that folks can just experience archive materials in their everyday. And then the next step is to keep building out our programming while also setting up spaces of achieving consensus. So the first step for that is creating a series of community chats. We thought that would come before the programming, but now we're seeing that that will come after the programming. And then Daven and I will do the work of converting the substance of those chats into the archiving infrastructure. So right now we have fewer tangible things to show you, and mostly a report back on our organizing endeavors. And it's just such a joy to see our archiving muscles come together, or excuse me, our organizing muscles come together with our archiving orientation. And I hope you guys are all taking good care.
Hi, my name is Carrie Glenn. I'm an assistant professor of history at Niagara University. My colleague Camille Cotier with University Lyon Lumiere could not be with me to record this video, unfortunately. But we're very excited to share with you the progress we've made for In the Streets of Le Cap as a result of the microgrant funding we received from the Tcdxi in 2024. In the Streets of Le Cap is a digital mapping project based on 3 cadastres from Saint-Domingue dating to 1776, 1787, and 1803. And once complete, we hope that this site will give visitors the opportunity to retrace the trajectories of individuals and families, to observe the social and racial configuration of the urban landscape, as well as analyze the overall dynamics of the city on a larger scale. The cadastres upon which this project is built were imperial documents that captured crucial details about the town's real estate value as well as ownership. But the purposes for their creation and the details that administrators included in each document varied. For example, the 1776 cadastre captured the names of heads of households. Sometimes they captured marital status, racial designation, profession, amount of rent paid, and material used to construct the house. But they don't include any other inhabitants within these spaces. By contrast, the 1803 cadastre, created during the Haitian War of Independence in 1803, documented the names of these heads of households as well as other residents who were not dependents. So we have most residents of the dwellings accounted for in this document, their occupation, their class, their residence, peculiarities of the dwelling, and the tax burden that each resident was to shoulder. And as a result of these intensive record-keeping practices, we have details of thousands of women and men of African descent who were disregarded in these earlier cadastres. This image here gives you a sense of how visitors will be able to interact with the database when they visit the site. They will select a cadastre they'd like to consult, so 1776, 1787, 1803, and then have the option of searching by name, street address, plot ID, occupation, and so forth. Just very quickly, this color scheme here is a draft mock-up by our designer, but we're should be getting a new design that is much more UDL friendly by the end of the month. This year, we've been working hard at cleaning the metadata for each of the cadastres, rechecking our work with QGIS, and so forth. We also have been working closely with our website designer, Nicolas Boeuf, to help us design, redesign, and create this interactive site. At this point, we plan to release a first version of the website later in December of 2024, or perhaps in early January 2025. The final version of the site that we'll work on with Nicolas will be bilingual in French and English, but we hope that we will find more funding in the future to be able to create a Haitian Creole and Spanish language version of the site. Also in 2025, we will finish cleaning the metadata for 1803 cadastre and do a full launch of the site in late spring 2025. In addition to making this site accessible in Haitian Creole and Spanish versions, we also hope to move beyond the cadastres to incorporate new kinds of materials, sources in this database to include things like material records, newspapers, personal papers, and so forth. I'll end by just thanking everyone with CDSC, in particular, Mila, thank you so much for all your guidance this year. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Cada mes voy a sangrar y con solo una semilla yo te voy a engendrar en mi vagina cuna que fuiste, fue, serás, seré. 120 horas rojas.
Aquí les voy a explicar mejor. Aquí tenemos un disco duro que se llama Master, el rap cubano.
Following in the footsteps of Malcolm Junco Dufay, Pablo Herrera Leitia, and Stephen Sterling have developed this digital public humanities project intending to become the first digitization prototype of Cuban hip-hop materials, the first ever of its type, in collaboration with the Critical Digital Humanities Initiative at the University of Toronto. The CHHA digitization prototype centralizes Cuban hip-hop data corresponding to song, lyrics, and music.
In June 2024, we submitted a progress report comprised of 4 sections. Section 1 covered our ideas about designing the prototype for the Cuban Hip Hop Archive, or CHHA, and focused on our acknowledgement of local file sharing, culture, and practices in Havana, primarily those associated with Paquete Semanal, a paid weekly 1 terabyte plus file sharing distribution service in widespread use on the island that stands in for broadband internet access. Section 2 presented the beta assets we have been working with, mainly a front-end web-based interface example and a list of datasets and metadata. Mockups of the present finding 8 interface featuring start page, file navigation, file list or songs, song playing, and uploading, media, and adding media tags. Section 3 offered a glimpse of the back-end beta assets. We presented a spreadsheet example of an artist in the database. Section 4 illustrated beta assets that would be used for the mockups to create the wax-based archive portion of the project.
The plan to place a prototype in the Paquete Semanal as a tester continues. However, we have found some difficulties cleaning up the database and making it presentable for a public release in Havana and web-wide. We are using Open Refine and Kong to consider ideas related to language and data, as well as to create a glossary of Afro-Cuban vernacular.
The wax-based archive is used to organize and present the input received from the CHHA web-based interface. This wax-based archive can be explored using the metadata tags that participants added to their music, lyrics, and/or images that they uploaded using the CHHA web-based interface.
Te imaginas cuánto tiempo yo estoy esperando que escuches mi llamado. Yo me canso de decirte cada día las cosas que sucederían y sigo en las mismas.
Hello everyone, my name is Marie-France Guillaume. I am the Executive Director of Bibliothèque des Frères de l'Instruction Chrétienne, located in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. I am a happy and grateful recipient of the Tcdxi Microgrant 2023-2024. I say grateful because when we received the grant, we were in a very bad situation. We had to leave our place to move to another place, and the situation was really bad, and we really appreciate this grant. I really appreciated also the fact that we had several Zoom meetings where we had to, we were able to share, to learn from other librarians, because at the end of the day, librarians have common problems, and it was really helpful to have this opportunity. Even we couldn't meet physically, but through the different Zoom meetings that we had, it was really helpful. As a DLOC member since 2012, we still continue to load materials on the DLOC webpage. For the present time, we have more than 10,000 pages of newspapers, because we pre-authorize the newspapers because they are in very bad condition. Of course, we have other materials that need to be digitized too, in terms of coins, a stamp, or photos, or other things. They need to be cleaned, they need to be digitized, and I hope next year I could beneficiate, why not, of a new grant. But I would like to thank once again the organizers, because they thought about our library, and you can be sure that we really appreciate it. We really take that in consideration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Buenos días, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leonardo Fernández, soy estudiante del séptimo semestre de Antropología Social y Cultural en la Universidad del Zulia y coordinador del grupo de usuarios wikimedistas Guayú en la Guajira Colombo venezolana. El día de hoy les vengo a presentar el proceso que se ejecutó con el apoyo del colectivo Estudio del Caribe Digital en la Guajira Colombo venezolana. Este se denominó Wikipedia Offline a través de redes locales, en el cual trabajamos principalmente 3 proyectos. La primera, la Wikipedia en Guayunequi, la segunda, el proyecto Wikimedia Commons, y la tercera, las redes locales. Lo que se hizo principalmente con esto fue apoyar a algunas comunidades que no tienen el acceso al Internet para que accedieran y consultaran los contenidos que existen dentro de la Wikipedia en Guayunequi y otros contenidos como los de la Biblioteca del Banco de la República. Acá pueden ver algunas imágenes sobre el proceso de consulta y el proceso de validación que se realizó con las comunidades y personas que lideran estas comunidades. El proceso de socialización se realizó con la herramienta en contextos en el que no hay internet. A través del teléfono celular muchas personas accedieron a este tipo de herramientas desarrolladas. Y finalmente estudiantes pudieron utilizar estos contenidos, como pueden ver en la segunda imagen de abajo, en el que ya hubo una interacción por parte del estudiante y el docente a la hora de impartir sus clases. Y finalmente una imagen en la que pueden ver cómo un dispositivo móvil puede conectarse a esta red de intranet para poder visibilizar sus contenidos y a la vez también acceder a los contenidos que contiene esta herramienta. Entonces eso era lo que les quería compartir. Muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad.
Hi, my name is Kristen Washington, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Maryland, College Park. The title of my project is Virtual Altar, Night Night, and Good Morning. Through this presentation, I will show you the production leading up to my Spring 2026 immersive media installation and the digital chapter of my dissertation. So my great-grandmother animates this project. She came to the United States from Guyana in 1996, and over the years, she shared so many stories of back home. The most exciting of them were of Lot 31, our Boys Town, Georgetown, Guyana, and the 9 nights held there, held for her husband, Mr. Desmond, for her brother, Uncle Dallo, for Ingrid's baby, for Auntie Norma, and plenty more. 9 night is a Caribbean diasporic funerary practice with traces in West African spiritual and religious traditions. Some call it wake or beludia, others call it dead yard, and sometimes 9 nights extend to 40 in syncretism with Christianity. It is largely a narrative-based ritual where telling stories about the life of the recently passed takes many forms, including singing, crying, cooking, eating, drinking, playing games, or telling jokes. This project hinges on this diasporic funerary practice to tell a story and answer a question about how interiority and spirituality produces spatial intelligence. I chose to produce a 3D diagrammatic representation of my great-grandmother's home as a virtual site of 9 night. And through the Tcdxi microgrant, I was able to pursue methodological training from Dr. Stephen Woke in the School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation at UMD to do so from January to May of this year. I was also able to go to Guyana to complete fieldwork with this microgrant. This is the home, and it's where I put some of the photogrammetry and terrestrial laser scanning skills into practice. From September to the present, I have been working in post-processing, so thinking about how to clean up the spatial data, how to move it over into a 3D environment where I can add stories and collages and other immersive elements to be experienced online, in person, and through a virtual reality headset. Here's a little rendering of the spatial data that I've produced.
Bitch, I don't even know what the fuck my favorite song is at the moment.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. So I'm here to give you a short update on the Deaf Caribbean Histories Archive project. The aim of the project is to create a digital archive that has personal and community histories from deaf people in the Caribbean, expressed in their own native indigenous sign languages. So the data from this have come from existing or now closed documentation projects that have been conducted by ourselves, the 3 PIs, but also our colleagues around the Caribbean. The first part of the project has really been us looking at these data and seeing what we think should be in this archive and what doesn't need to be in the archive. But now we've completed this step, so we have 3 main focus areas in recent times. The first one is setting up the archive itself, which is hosted by the UWI Ahmed Jordan Library in St. Augustine in Trinidad. The second one is to create a website ourselves, which is kind of more digital exhibition to show off some of these shorter videos in a more publicly accessible way. And the third one is a physical in-person launch at a conference next week. Not next week. A conference that's happening in December next month. So first the archive. So we've been working with the staff at the UWI Library in Trinidad, and we've already been able to set up a sub-page in their website for the archive. So at the moment we're kind of fine-tuning how the items will appear in the archive, what kind of metadata we need, and just some small details. And then once those things are settled, which should be very soon, we're going to fully populate it with all the videos that we have selected. We have a short preview of what that archive looks like right now, so you can take a look. The next thing is the website. So we decided we also wanted to have this kind of digital exhibition ourselves that we created ourselves. So we have coded this website following the minimal computing principles, and we are busy populating it with several of these shorter clips from the archive. So anything between like 1 and 2 minutes. And these clips will have subtitles so that people can very easily just like click through and take a look at some of these materials, because there's so much beautiful materials. We don't want to have it all buried in our archive that's a little bit more difficult to interface with. So we also have a short preview of this you can take a look at. With. So we also have a short preview of this you can take a look at. And finally, the last thing is the launch. So we are really excited to be able to work, to time this launch with a conference that's happening in Trinidad in about 2 weeks. And for this conference, there's like a training week that's happening before the conference where many deaf Caribbean leaders will be gathering. And they're going to receive training on different topics related to language, so language documentation, advocacy, all kind of different things. So we're going to join this training and present our project to them. And we're hoping to use it as like a structured opportunity to get feedback from them on what the archive looks like, what the archive could mean to them. But also we want to really like develop some strong partnerships with new communities that aren't represented, to see if we can get some different Caribbean territories represented. And we also want to figure out how we can have like sustainable partnerships that last past the lifetime of this short project, so that we can keep this archive going and kind of growing in the years to come. So thank you very much for your attention. Bye-bye.
First, I did not get to visit the archive that I wrote into my micro grant because they had a fire. Thankfully, no life was lost and no documents were lost, but they did have to relocate all of the documents off-site in order to clean up after the fire, and they will not reopen to the public until March or April of 2025. But the head supervisor of reference and Sindalar, have to say her name, she is a ray of light. And when I told her that I'd been trying to get into that archive since I was writing my dissertation, she actually went to their off-site location and looked in the collection that I wanted to examine, and did find at least one letter from my subject, Florentine Pitters, took pictures of it and sent it to me. So just blessed her and librarian, archivist, and reference workers all over the world. Next point, I'm a visual learner, so I kind of had to lay out everything the way that I wanted it. For the archive, how I wanted it to look, I wrote notes for myself, and then I started to examine all of my documents, and then I was like, I kind of need a visual image of all of this, so I kind of know where I'm heading, what the story is that I'm telling. And I kind of had two questions that were driving me, and they were, how do I curate the documents and let Florentine Pitters speak? And the other driving question was, can I be in conversation with Florentine Pitters? And I hope that some of that has come out once everything is uploaded and hopefully beautiful. My next point, scattered collections and the African diaspora. And that has been really interesting for me. And I think that actually came up maybe like 3 cohort meetings ago with Professor Aponte. And so I've been thinking about that, scattered collections, and how there kind of never is an end. You know that there are gaps, you know that pieces are missing, and how do you kind of navigate around that and work like with that and through that. And I'm probably still working through some of that. And then kind of next steps, and that's basically to just fully upload everything else that I have at this point and hope that it looks beautiful, and worry about people knowing about the existence of it and being able to utilize it. In particular, I feel like it's so important that it be utilized and known in Jamaica, because this is really where she did all of this work. This is where she was for, you know, all of her life, even though she did have these diasporic travels. And so that's something that I'm going to be spending the next several weeks trying to make happen.
Hi everyone, my name is Eva Atherton, one of the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective's microgrant recipients in 2023. I'm excited to introduce my oral history project, Memories of Trinidad and Tobago's 1970 Revolution. This project preserves the voices and stories of those who experienced or were impacted by this crucial moment in our nation's history. The project has two main components. First, we have a YouTube channel called Griot Stories from Trinidad and Tobago, where you'll find a growing playlist of interviews with people who were part of the revolution. These conversations capture personal reflections and first-hand insights, allowing viewers to connect directly with the memories of those who lived through this era. Secondly, the project website, trinbagogriot.com, serves as a central hub. On this site, you'd find additional information on the narrators and the interviews themselves. Here, you can also explore an interactive timeline featuring archival materials like newspaper clippings, photos, and documents from 1970. This timeline offers a structured way to understand the revolution's broader impact on society, culture, and politics in Trinidad and Tobago. This project is ongoing, and we're continuing to add new interviews and materials in the lead up to the revolution's 55th anniversary in 2025. Through these resources, I hope to create a space for future generations to connect with and learn from this valuable moment in history. Thank you for your interest, and I invite you all to explore this project online.
When I started partying, the very first party I came to was at Bohemia. I am very pleased to be here tonight for this occasion. It's like coming back home. To Bohemia, or shall I say, to the queer archives.
So the progress with the Maui Puerto Rican Association has been great this year. We, through really a collaborative approach, have documented metadata for about 4 of these albums. They have about 18, and digitized as well 4 of them, and I've processed about 500 so far. The collaborative cataloging sessions have been the real highlight, because this is the point of contact where I get to introduce data literacy skills, where I also get to gather sort of ethnographic notes on all of the contextual richness that they are throwing out there as we're going through endless pages of photos. And I've also been able to do oral histories with several of these members, and that's important because we've already lost one this year, and another one's currently in the ICU. I was really trying to tailor all of this to their board of directors, who are in their 70s, 80s, and 90s, and with the hopes that some of them could gain enough confidence in the metadata work to do some of this on their own. So I developed from the original templates sort of my own versions to try to be more qualitative. And what we wound up doing at the end of this sort of third attempt was just doing short informational videos.
Philip Valentine, Rosalind DeMello, Jerry Kayama, Margot Kayama.
I've also been able to document some of their current events, their annual holiday party, scholarship luncheon. They have several physical items, artifacts in their Heritage Hall Museum that I hope to 3D scan in the future. And a website has been developed that again is hopefully to create something that's sustainable for them. And the digital backups of this, we have an arrangement with the University of Hawaii Maui campus college library to do that work for us. So I also have a preservation plan now newly developed through this process, and I'm just looking ahead to doing also rehousing of the albums with more archival quality materials. Thank you very much.
This year's winners, whose work is just beginning. All right, Andreina, you ready? No. Okay. I get big clamped. The cool projects. It's so good. We have a list. We have a list on our CDC. We keep a list of the projects. And as you saw, some of them haven't yet gone to the publishing stage. The microgrant actually finances projects at different stages of development. So sometimes it's just the beginning stage. Sometimes it's just like they're building a prototype. They have bigger dreams. And sometimes it catches them right at when they're ready. Like you saw the Trinidad and Tobago one that is already so well formed. Yeah. So it depends, because that's the thing. We figure people have different needs at different points of the development of the project. So we insert ourselves. And Mila can handle, and I don't know how she does it, but she can.
Yeah, we don't have final products for all of them, but we actually have, process like highlights and specific snapshots of the process. And for those, yeah, we're going to be able to upload it, but all projects were amazing. We're very, very excited about that.
And,
yeah, I'm recognizing one of our micrograntees that's right here. She's here, it's Devan. Hey, Devan. Woo-hoo! From the Caribbean Archives. So thank you so much for all the awesome work.
We also have one of this year's winner in the room, but we haven't announced it yet. To stay disciplined. No, everybody knows. And I'm just gonna go over there so that I don't ruin everything for everybody. Oh.
Yes, I guess we can turn that off. I don't know how to do that. Yes. Mhm. That's good. Thank you. Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's just really exciting to see all the projects and all the conversations that happened today. And now to the final part, which is announcing the next cohort of micro grantees. It was not easy again. It was an arduous process of figuring out how to split the money that we have. Alex and I had this goal initially that we're going to award like 4 to 5 projects every year. That's it. And it has grown exponentially. Like first year we had 7 projects, last year we had 14 projects, and this year we are awarding 12 projects. So overall 34 projects throughout the 3 years of this microgrant program. This is really amazing. Yes. And also this year we had 133 applicants, which is way more than last year and the first year. So it just shows like how much people are creating things around the Caribbean and its diasporas and how much money we need. So please, Malon, give us more money so we can get funding all this. Yes, so before I continue to announcing the grantees, I also want to thank Mila again. I want to thank Alex for being my co-conspirators in this project, and it has grown and redesigning it and thinking it and like, you know, making it like sustainable in its own way. And also this year's reviewers of the micrograntees who also had the arduous task of figuring out with us how to split the money. And that's Arena Proter, who's here, Mirerza Gonzalez, Nadia Rios, I couldn't be here, and also Sonja Donaldson, who were amazing in reviewing the projects. Okay, so without further ado, I'm gonna go through all the awardees. So the first one is the Three Canal Collection from 1994 to 2024. Pakuwine Johnson, she's based in Trinidad and Tobago. And she will develop the Three Canal Collection, which is documenting the history of Trinidad and Tobago's leading rap music group. And the project will make accessible an indigenous and culturally significant documentary set related to Caribbean music history. That will also connect the collection to Rapso, which is a music genre described as the poetry of Calypso. And this is the Tier 1 awardee for this year. And she was really excited, and it's really good. Our second awardees are Ronald Cummins and Lysine Corridon with the project Cliff Lashley and Caribbean Studies, Remembering a Queer Pioneer. The team behind this project will create an online repository for remembering the life and contributions of Cliff Lashley and to document how his life, his transnational diasporic movements, and his influence on queer and Caribbean scholarship has left a legacy in our region. Yay. The third awardee for this year is Claudina Saraje Eusebia Gorashi, and they are developing a project called Las Tierras de Lagunas, or the Land of Lagoons. And this project is a transmedia digital platform designed to archive and explore the rich history of Itabo and Boca de Niwa in the Dominican Republic. This project will compile oral histories, photographs, archival documents, and environmental data to preserve the memory of these historical significant lands and the ancestral site of the first Black Rebellion and the enduring Maroon knowledge embedded in these lands. The next awardees are Shobam May and Jonathan Square. They are doing the project Revolution Tupatu, developing open educational resources in the public digital humanities. This team is the one behind Rendering Revolution, sartorial approaches to Haitian history, which is a bilingual, meaning Haitian Creole and English, digital humanities project that explores the legacy of the Haitian Revolution through visual art, design, and fashion. This project has a strong presence on social media, and they're now ready to keep expanding, building a new platform that is going to create sustainability for the resources. And they're also going to keep curating information and doing other important work on these topics. The next awardee is Alexandra Gelbart. Her project is called the Cabildo de Regla, a digital archive that she's been working on with a community in the town of Regla in Cuba. This project was brought a few years ago and is recognizing the new iterations of Cabildo de Regla, a tradition that was for a long time forbidden in Cuba and was brought to life in 2015 again. The project contains pictures and different visual resources about the history of this community and their traditions. And now, with the funds of this microgrant, they're going to keep expanding the website, making sustainable, so the community in Cuba can also keep working on that and keep expanding, giving information, and also to continue this good labor of preserving Black history in the island. The next project is from Puerto Rico, and it's called Imaginando Futuros Viequenses, a digital exhibit of the Viequense Islands and community. It's led by Maricruz Soto and Alexandra Connolly Reyes. The Archivo Histórico de Vieques, who is the one also leading this initiative, is a nonprofit organization brought out of the Viequense community. And its aim is to remember its past and survive the colonial regime imposed on the island. In partnership with Memoria de Colonial and the Gallatin School of Individualized Study at New York University, this project will create a digital exhibit focused on the Viequense Islands and community. The project will emphasize community participation, needs, knowledge, and skills to empower Viequenses to imagine Viequense future in Vieques. The next awardees are Melanie White and Nicole Ramsey with the Black Central Americas Project. This project is a digital humanities initiative dedicated to preserving and advancing the rich history, culture, and scholarship of Black Central America. During this phase that we are awarding, that we're funding through the microgrant, the team will design an iterative mapping platform to illuminate the stories, cultures, and integrate patterns of movement and migration of Black and Black indigenous Central American communities across the Caribbean. This project overall aims to place the spotlight on Black Central America and its dynamic diasporas within Caribbean digital scholarship and bridge a long-standing critical gap in Caribbean studies. And we have a local winner, which is Dexnell Peters from UWIMONA with the project, the Greater Caribbean Map Project, circa 1450 and 1850. This project seeks to remedy the fact that the spatial history of the Caribbean has lagged behind better known political, social, and economic histories, and that no comprehensive bibliography of the maps of the Caribbean basin exists. Dexnell and his team will create a prototype of an open access research platform that catalogs and curates maps of the Caribbean region, the Antille Islands, and the adjoining maritime rimlands from 1450 to 1850. We also want to continue supporting Marie-France Guillaume and Wandre Pierre in their efforts to preserving the history of the bibliothèque where they work in Haiti. But you saw her in the video, she wanted to continue doing this work, so we decided to give her another grant this year, given the situation in Haiti, but also the good work that Hakim doing despite all the difficulties that they're facing. So this year they are focusing on expanding some of the rescue and preservation process to other collections that they have at the bibliothèque, and we're just really happy that we can keep supporting them. We're also awarding the project creation of an open access repository for the preservation and dissemination of the Fernando Ortiz archive at the Institute of Literature and Linguistics in Cuba. This project is led by Damian Valdez Santiago, and this is a picture of the whole team at the Institute that we're also really happy for our support. This project will advance this valuable collection about Cuban writer Fernando Ortiz. They want to create an open access repository to guarantee the preservation of this important collection and to keep disseminating Ortiz's legacy. We also had the project Gente de Mar, the Waikeri Archive by Fidel Rodriguez Velasquez and Oliver Anzac. The project will create a digital archive and exhibition in collaboration with the Museo Marino de Margarita and the Waikeri indigenous community of the Margarita Island in Venezuela. The team has been organizing annual contests to motivate the inhabitants of the island to create reading materials to reflect about the Waikeri history and culture of the island. And this new project will serve as a repository of the Waikeri imaginary, expressing the indigenous identity of Margarita, and as a way to educate and celebrate the island's history and culture despite efforts to erase indigeneity in the country. And the last micro awardee is Memories of Resistance, Digital Archive of Afro-descendant women and women leaders in the urban transformations of Cartagena during the second half of the 20th century by Orlando de Avila Pertus and Jamila Morris. This digital archival project seeks to document and amplify the history of women and Afro-descendant leaders who promoted the founding and legalization of informal neighborhoods in Cartagena de Indias. And as a first of its kind in the city, this project will focus on the popular neighborhood of San Pedro and Libertad and San Pedro Libertad and Santa Rita to preserve oral, documentary, and photographic memory, strengthening historical memory, and providing access to the heritage of these communities. And there you have it. That's all our cohort for 2025. And I know some of you are over Zoom, so huge congratulations to all of you. We're really excited to working with you next year. Bye. And now Kelly with the closing remarks.
Okay. My job often to say bye. Say thank you. You know, it's not going to be the vote of thanks. I don't know how to do that. Thank you all for those of you in the room for coming, those of you on Zoom for attending, for staying, for all the things. Thank you, Shyler, for making. We're not done yet. Did she come in? Yes, she's here. I know we're not done yet, but thank you for making today possible. Today and yesterday and tonight possible for us. Every time I'm up here to do this part, or even the opening part or whatever I'm given, I remember the scene in Meet Joe Black where Anthony Hopkins says, "Do you know, you guys, well, okay, the younger of you don't know what I'm talking about, but he has this moment where he says, I think it's 65, I don't remember exactly. No, but it's Anthony Hopkins who says, 65 years, don't they go by in a blink? And it's a scene, right? And this time it's 11. I mean, we're 11. We've been gathering folks for 11 years, and you guys keep coming, and the community keeps growing. And so each time it's amazing to see all the things that everyone's doing, and to know that this has become such a place of growth and generative conversation. Let's see, I did not thank the Create Caribbean team, so not just Shyler, but she has a team. They have their shirts on. You've seen them running around. Please thank them personally. I wanted to, in closing, so that's my closing is very short, to make one announcement and two look out for, keep the date kind of things. So Summer Institute, the Caribbean Digital Summer Institute will have its third year next year, and it will be held here at the University of the West Indies. And so that call for papers is now live, and it's on the Tcdxi website. The actual Summer Institute will be held from the 8th to the 14th here on campus. The deadline for applications is January 31st, but we also, and there's the rest of the information there. You can find that on cdscollective.org. We have it in English and Spanish and French, the CFP. We will have an open house. That's what I was looking for. It's way down at the bottom, but we'll also have an open house Zoom as usual. You know what, actually don't scroll so fast. Go up a little bit for me. The courses will change this year, so people from some of you in the room, people from previous years can apply again. So we are bringing back the ever popular Building Caribbean Digital Archives course with Nicole Aljo and Sonia Donaldson. We're also going to have Introduction to Maps and Visualization with Alex Hill and Andreina Soto, who's both of whom you've just seen speak about the microgrants. And then we're going to have a digital publishing course with me and Michael Soriano from the University of Miami. So we have slightly different courses this time around. This is currently, to our knowledge, perhaps the last year, but most likely not if Mellon gives us more money. So please do apply. Please do share the CFP. We have our open house on January, this is the date, it's 16th, thank you. 16th on Zoom, so please register for that if you're interested in applying. We find that people who come to the open house generally do better in their application because they have a better idea of what it is. And then tonight, you'll see me again introducing our Caribbean digital artist in residence, Zoe Mahoney Osborne, sorry. It's her website, her email. Our CFP for that program for next year, for 2025, will be live soon. So come see her presentation, learn more about the program, and also if you are a digital artist, think about applying or sharing with your friends who are digital artists. And then our last one, look out for is the next issue of Archipelagos, which will be out soon. This is the special issue on Papiamento. So please do keep your eyes peeled for that, which can be found through our website as well. Again, we're not done for the day. This is just the closing of this academic part. We're going to have a reception at 10A is the name of the place. The actual address is also 10A West Kingston Road. There's a shuttle that will be taking participants directly there from here, outside soon. So the whole Caribbean Digital Day is not over, but I did want to say thank you for coming to the sessions today. Thank you for sharing with us. We'll see you again soon.
Have a great evening. Goodbye.